Humana. Welcome to Political Head Trauma. We're kicking off live right now on the Everythings. This is where if Head Trauma had a podcast, this is what it'd sound like.
Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Friday. Happy May 11th or 10th. May 10th.
10th.
I'm one day ahead.
Yes, overachieving. Anyways, today we've got Kelley on. He's running for the USBE District 12.
Utah State School Board.
Yeah, Utah State School Board. We're going to be interviewing him, but he's not going to be on until 3:30. So until then, you can just plan on us talking about goings on in news. And
if I could, I know we've reached out to a lot of candidates. Jared has been working hard to get these candidates invited from all the parties and everything else. And so if you are supporting a candidate and you reach out to them, let them know that Fridays are our shows. We'll even do Wednesday shows if need be. But we want to get as many on as we can. And we extend that invite to every candidate. So if we can, we have invited Governor Cox. We've invited Phil Lyman. We've invited senatorial candidates. And that is our goal, is to get as many as we possibly can. And we also open the door to other type of shows. We want to welcome, if you've got a business idea, if you've got, something going on that you want to share with the public, reach out to us, PM us at Political Head Trauma on Facebook or on X, or
you can email me directly. It's don't everyone laugh. It's Jared_UT at Hotmail. I know it's a Hotmail account. I've had it since right after I got to the Army.
I have a Yahoo.
Yeah, I've also got one of those, but I forgot But everyone, we want to give everybody running an opportunity to get their message out, another platform to advertise on, and maybe make a bad joke or two while they do it, because that's fun. And Holly takes a gasp of air. She sucks all the air out of the room when I say stuff like that.
Well, I'm not wearing any pearls to clutch, so sometimes I have to outwardly gasp. At the things that you say.
Yes, but we want to get everyone on. But anyways, let's dive into some news. I'm doing some sharing while we do this, just because that stuff's got to be done. Anyways, there is a solar flare heading our way.
So a solar flare could actually destroy the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, not that you guys don't have other things to worry about, but solar flares are no joke. And probably, according to scientists, the reason you see so much climate change, and maybe why Antarctica used to be a tropical paradise at one time. So, it changes the globe, and the climate and the earth change, and solar flares a lot of times are the reason for that. So it's scary and it's sad and it's also interesting. What are we going to see in a solar flare? Well,
they're saying, okay, it's supposed to really hit us starting today, like now.
What's going to be? Because it's cold outside.
Yeah, well, it doesn't change the temperature, but it might knock out some electronics in a couple places, things like that. I don't know how bad it is. It's traveling at, 6,000 miles a second, they said. It's, the sun had a burp, and it burped out a big, huge particle flame, and the particles are heading towards us. They're heading super fast. But the cool thing is we might be able to see the aurora as far south as Texas and Alabama, Florida. So the aurora borealis, I believe it's called. We might be able to see that. So I don't know. I'm going to tonight while it's dark, I'm going to go poke my head outside, as the sun's setting and see if I can't see any dancing lights. Cause, I haven't had the opportunity to see that in life and I want to.
Do you have a telescope?
I have an old busted one, but I do have my spotting
I wonder
scope.
if the observatory is doing anything.
That's
That'd
a
be
big
cool
question.
to see. We have an observatory, for those who don't know, in Stansbury
Mhm.
Park. And we also have a light pollution ordinance in Stansbury because of this observatory. And we've talked about it on this show, but
Yep.
it's got one of the most intense telescopes on the planet. And in fact, they've actually discovered some things that other places haven't discovered through that telescope, which is pretty extraordinary to have in our county.
They also got, what is it?
Hi, Mom.
What was that new telescope they shot up? And they built the first telescope for it and it had an imperfection. So they didn't send it into space. But that telescope that they didn't send into space is in Stansbury Park and they use it there now. If you guys check it out, you go to, I think it's called Star Party. They've got a website. I'll pull it up here in a minute and you can go watch it all. I think it's every other Saturday through the summer. They have a meet up there and there'll be
I'd love to get
dozens.
some more people there because you just bring your kids, you bring your blankets.
It's free.
And you go out there, you can bring your telescopes.
Yeah, if you have a telescope, bring it out. You set it up. And the coolest thing is they'll have pickup trucks, just telescopes set up. Then they've got 4 telescopes that belong to the observatory. And you walk down one side of like this little kind of driveway that goes to the observatory, and everyone will have telescopes set up there. And you'll go up, can I look through it? Yeah. And they'll say, the guys, these regular civilian guys will be like, all right, right now we're looking at this. And you'll look through it. And, oh, wow.
Patrick Wiggins?
I don't know. I don't know any of the people there. And then you go look through the main telescopes. And then as you walk back out, you walk down the other side.
They'll tell you what you're looking at.
Yeah, they explain it to you, we're looking at Saturn, or we're looking at the Crab Nebula, or I got some really cool pictures of the moon up there one time.
Yeah, that's cool. So can we talk about what's going on in colleges around this country still? Have you seen the list of demands from these one podcaster I listened to? I have to give full credit to Pat Gray from the Pat Gray Unleashed. He called them cry bullies instead of cry babies, because these cry bullies are your kids that you probably spend, if you haven't mortgaged your house, you're probably getting a second job to afford tuition. So they go to these colleges, these top colleges, Columbia, Harvard, these amazing schools, and they're setting up camps, kind of like
they're taking over buildings.
They're taking over libraries.
And then demanding food to be delivered.
And they're trashing the place. So these kids who are supposed to be pro-earth are actually dirtbags. And they're all about free Palestine and all of this. But then what I've noticed, a lot of the interviews where people are going to interview these kids, a lot of them have no idea what they're protesting. When they're asked if they attend the college, and these are Ivy League schools, they refuse to answer, or they say no, they're visiting from another school, but they don't elaborate.
Or they're probably not even in school.
They're not probably in college. They are paid
professional agitators.
And so these people are protesting the invasion in Gaza. Now, what's really crazy is if you ask them about Hamas and about, everything that's happening, they have no idea.
Yeah.
But they're prepared to, some of them are on a hunger strike.
Well,
and I'm like,
there's that one. There's that one.
It's
in Colombia where they took over that building and she gave that speech and like
her demands.
We're demanding food and a doctor.
Fresh food. But make sure
it's got to be ethically and
organic.
Or what did she say? Ethically produced and culturally appropriate.
They also wanted, you're getting confused. That's what they said in Denver for the camps, for the immigrants, the non-documented that have come to Denver, they put out their list of demands. They want access to medical care. They want housing. They also want food that is ethnically and culturally appropriate and fresh ingredients, non-GMOs, things like that. Some of them have been the ones the college kids have asked for vegan options, as well as gluten-free. And they don't want it messed together when it's served. They want it in separate containers. You guys, this is happening for real. And I'm just thinking, like, most Americans don't have access to healthcare for
it's
free.
Fantastic.
You can't tell the difference between an immigrant camp and these Ivy League college campuses. Yes, people deserve respect. Yes, people should have safe environment that they're in, but not at the expense of others. So these cry bullies are making it terrifying for students to go to their classrooms. And let's keep in mind, guys, that it's finals. So all these kids
it was finals.
Can't go to the library and study for finals because of this. And if they are part of this, some schools aren't letting them graduate and walk with their class, and they're crying about that. And yet, where, oh my gosh, I'm going to start sounding like Alex Jones. Where are the men? Where are the people that are standing up? Are those demands making it to mainstream media? Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that one girl,
this is where I've heard.
Hers, you can watch her ask for the demands. It was on, I want to say it was on a local channel, but CNN picked it up.
Oh,
and then everyone's made fun of it.
It is so, it's crazy. I mean, it's literally crazy to even think about this, especially when you've got these paid agitators, like you said, that are showing up with all these signs. Oh, and then you've got a lot of Palestine flags in the immigrant encampments. In Denver. And they're asking Denver to do all of this and pay all of this for these. It's hard to differentiate between both, but I know some Denver news people, reporters, you can actually tell that they're having none of this. When I see their broadcasts, they're just like, this is their demands. And this is, most of the citizens of Denver don't even have all of this. So there's a national push to make a federal law, which I thought already was in the Constitution, where you have to have citizenship in order to vote in elections. But Mike Lee has just announced he's put a bill out that is going to eliminate the ability to allow non-citizens to vote.
That's because some areas, federally, it's been a federal law, but some localities have made it so that locally, New York, a couple places in California have made it so that local elections can be held by non-citizens. We've hit, well, here's what their demands are. Their demands center around beginning. I think that, I don't know, is it the colleges eating themselves? But
that is, the left is basically eating their own at this point.
Yeah,
colleges are trying to appease them.
They're trying to make the colleges divest from military, achievements and studies and things like that. Military.
They don't want the college also taking any money from Jewish-owned businesses or alumni or.
They also want them to divest from Israel, which I don't know how you win that argument. I don't know
how you make that argument.
Well,
how do you tell a college what they can and can't do with their money?
Well, the college's money is state money, so that's how you can. The state schools like BYU, you couldn't.
Right.
But the University of Utah is state funded. The whole campus belongs to the state.
Yes, but how does the minority of those students make rules for the majority of those students? Because in percentages, they are the minority.
Yes, those minorities of students do that all the time. They've actually taken over. It was a minority of students that did this left-wing takeover.
Yes, that's what
of
I'm
our
saying. So
education
how do you
system.
put these demands on a college just because you're the loudest? And most of you don't even go to that college.
Because it's always worked.
Yeah, well, it's somebody just put a bill up in their state, and I don't know what state it is right off the top of my head, but basically going back to the time when the Klan used to do protests at college, they said that anyone who is protesting cannot wear a mask
Face
or
covering.
a hood to cover their faces. And that's got them all up in arms. But that's what they want. They want to cover their faces, not because they're protecting themselves from germs. It's they want anonymity so their lives aren't going to get wrecked, or their jobs, or their parents aren't going to see them, for crying out loud. This is a weird time. This protest is so strange because, some of the protesters, again, left-wing kids with purple hair or whatever color hair, who are absolutely, they've turned on Biden. And Biden has come out and said, if you invade this other part, Israel, we're not going to send you any more munitions. We're not going to send you any more aid.
And he might get impeached for that. Because they impeached Trump over Ukraine, the exact same thing. Now Biden
did the exact same thing.
Is doing the exact same thing now. And so they're typing up articles of impeachment. No, the withholding of aid that Congress has signed off on.
But what Trump was doing was to figure out any corruption happening in the country, which Biden did himself, and said, fire the prosecutor or you're not going to get our aid. And he said, gee, damn it. By the end of the afternoon,
that was a threat Biden made. They didn't withhold it. This would be an impeachment for actual withholding, not words, for actual. Trump got impeached for delaying aid that Congress had signed off.
Threatening to delay.
He actually delayed. It was delayed for, I think, 64 days or something like that. It was actually delayed. Biden, now that Biden's doing this, they're typing up supposedly in Congress articles of impeachment on him for the exact same thing, which I'm here for it. Now, if the Democrats have any hair on their butts, they will sign on to it, because they all signed on when they impeached Trump for this very thing. And so if the Democrats did that.
You mean they're not hypocrites? No.
If the Democrats did that, that would be a huge feather in the Democrats' cap, because the Democrats would be able to say, hey, look, we're principled. But I don't think the Democrats will, because
if the Democrats did that, it wouldn't be based on principle. It would be on the option to put someone else in his spot.
No, that is also a good point.
That would be a win-win for them.
But I'm not saying they would do it because they're principled. I'm saying they would be able to say that they are.
Guides that they are. Yeah.
Politics is all about what you can claim, not what you deliver, as we're slowly finding out. So
if you've got a kid in college who
you need to rethink stuff.
Is part of this, or is feeling, okay, Mr. Bear, thank you for being here. You're just the best. If you've got a kid in college, you're paying for this craziness. Really think this out. Think it through. Because these kids are so entitled. I am stunned at their demands.
Did you see Saturday Night Live skit on it?
No. I don't watch that show at all.
I don't either. I saw a video of it, but that chubby black guy on Saturday Night Live is playing like a upright businessman, and another one of the Saturday Night Live people are like, what do you think about, pretend his daughter's name is Ashley Jr., whatever. What do you think about Ashley Jr. protesting? So I think protests at colleges are great. She's like, no, what do you think about Ashley Jr. protesting? He's like, my Ashley Jr.? He's like, oh no, I pay so much money for that. And I'm like, this is where we're at.
It is.
Look, I'm here for it. I am here for it. The colleges have for so long been a disrupting force that has provided little to nothing for this nation. And this nation, look, I'm fine with private colleges wasting money, but state-funded colleges that they point a gun at me and make me give them a whole bunch of money, and then they give money to them, I am not fine with them. State-funded colleges, one, using that as a farce to get rich because they've got government backing and loans and all that. And two, saying we're going to have a Taylor Swift class, or no, I want colleges to be something they've always argued. But if we don't have colleges, we're not going to be intellectually performing on the world stage, and college graduates do so much.
We haven't even fixed our elementary schools yet.
No, college students right now, unless you are going to be a doctor or an engineer, that just about sums it all up. I think even lawyers. Who was it? Was it California? You don't have to go to college to be a lawyer in California. You can apprentice to be a lawyer. But unless you're going to be an engineer,
unless you pass the bar, I guess, right?
Yeah. That's what old Kimmy K was thinking about doing, becoming a lawyer through an apprentice program. But I think unless you're going to be an engineer, because I want my bridges to have math put into it, or a doctor, because I want the doctor to at least recognize the difference between, the fourth point of contact and the second.
Do you know what's crazy to me with this loan forgiveness for colleges that Biden is trying to get his base back with? You have the pipe fitters, you have the contractors, the electricians, the plumbers supplementing
who gets to
the
pay,
doctors, the lawyers, income,
or the gender studies major, or the ethno studies major.
So asinine. Why would you have the hardworking, blue collar paying for the upper echelons education? With this loan forgiveness, that's what you're doing. Yeah. How does this make sense? Explain how this makes any sense. And we're talking about $1 trillion. And what are they going to do for people like me who paid off my student loans? It took me 15 years, but I paid off my student loans.
They're going to do nothing for you.
Give me reimbursement? No. Are they going to, you paid off your student loans? We're going to pay off your mortgage.
Maybe if you're lucky, they'll give you an audit next year.
Oh, don't do that to me.
But no, this is where we're at.
I want to hear what you guys think. I mean, you're all watching this from wherever you're watching it from every day. If you follow national news, if you're following local news, if you're just reading it, what do you think about this? Like, leave it in the chat or wherever. But I'm curious if it's just us thinking this is a clown world. Just sit back and watch, enjoy the popcorn, because the fact that colleges are bending over backwards for these kids is insane, especially when most of these kids don't even go to their college.
Oh, our country and our world has become a circus. And you as parents have one job: keep your kids from being an attraction. That's it.
Yeah, but your kids are adults. And
keep them from being an attraction.
You can teach them all the values in the world. They get to college and it's like out the window.
Kind of sounds like
design.
Kind of sounds like we go with what Peter Boghossian did.
Go on.
You know who he is, right?
No.
Peter Boghossian was a philosophy professor at Oregon State. He quit. But anyways, what he did is when his daughter graduated and started looking around the world for what she was going to do, his words, not mine, he told her to go to school, to go to trade school to become an electrician.
Makes sense.
And that's what you do.
Well, and I always encourage trade schools, and I think they've put out some incredible, hardworking Americans. And when you learn a trade like that, you'll always need that. You'll always need plumbers. You'll always need electricians. You'll always need people that can run computers, who can write code, who can make websites. I mean, I don't know. AI might take that over for you, but you're still going to need someone to take that AI and take care of it or maintain it. I don't know.
AI is going to take that stuff
But you're always going to need nurses. You're always going to need doctors.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about the doctor part, because I could foresee a future like Star Wars where there's a robot that's whittling on you.
Well, what about, it's by design. The very teacher, Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot, that in college, the very people who put out the teachers are so left wing that it's inherent to pass their tests and to pass their actual expectation, that you've got to have that kind of in your brain, or at least fake it till you make it, because it's the deciders who are so infested, so that when you do want to become a teacher, there are certain, you've got to have certain traits, or be certain, answer certain questions in a proper way in order to even get through the gate.
Yep.
It's insane. So, I mean, for colleges, you deserve everything you're being given. And the second you crumble to these demands, you deserve it all. And if I have a kid in a college like that's got camp set up, my kid can't study, your job as college is to provide that space. My kid is not safe, your job as a college is to provide safe space. And I don't mean, a cry closet, University of Utah. I mean, my child should be able to get to their classes without being in fear because of the color of their skin, or the way they worship, or the people they love. That should never be something. They should be able to have safety. And right now, colleges are not providing that for their students by allowing this type of crap to happen. But they started it.
Yeah.
They started this crap.
Oh, yeah. We've had an ideological capture.
Now, I don't want to be stereotypical. Okay. My question is, how many colleges could survive without the help of Jewish contributors?
I have no clue.
Because I would think that Jewish alums who have donated back to their colleges is probably high.
I'm sure with the amount that colleges get from the government-backed and forced student loans, that the colleges would still do fine.
Well, Harvard's got $100 million endowment.
Their endowments,
$100 billion endowment.
Their endowments will hurt. I think. Well, do you know you have his email, right? Or was that?
Oh, our guest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent it to you.
Well, I'm not seeing it. Anyways, what has government touched that they've made more? That they've made. That they've made either more affordable, run better, or more efficient.
What have colleges done?
What has government touched?
Oh, nothing. No, the government messes it up.
So let's lean on the Affordable Care Act for this one, right? How did the Affordable Care Act do for your family's insurance?
It tripled it.
Mm-hmm. Did it? But did the coverage? It was
supposed to save me $2,500.
Did the coverage triple though?
Oh no.
No, the coverage went down, right?
It turned into catastrophic insurance, and I know that our rates, we went from paying $300 a month for our family to $800. And then and this was years ago, we're paying a lot more now. But when Obamacare came out, that's what happened. It went from $300 to $800 a month. And then our deductible went from $1,000 per person to the first time, $2,500 per person. So that's $10,000. If we were in an accident together as a family, we'd have to pay out $10,000 right out of the gate before insurance kicked in, if it was on us. So I just remember those thoughts when it first came out, and I wanted to give it, I was hoping. I didn't vote for it, and I certainly didn't vote for Obama. In fact, I didn't even get involved in politics until Obama. His first run, I said, this man is a socialist, if not communist. And as much as I would love to see a Black president in this nation, I'd love to see a female president, I still believe in it has to be the right person, no matter what. So when Obama started running, and the friends he kept and the beliefs that he had about changing traditions and changing our history, how do you change history? That right there is an oxymoron.
You make it her story.
Oh, wow. How long have you been waiting to drop that bomb? I mean, it's good. It's good. But I like to change history. So that's when I got involved.
Maybe it'll be them story next.
When he said all of these things, this was so red flag to me. And I mean, that's why I call it the Biden administration, because it feels like it's Obama's third term on steroids.
It feels like
running out of time.
It's Obama's third term where he's not the face of it, so he's not held accountable. So if every rabid fever dream he had, he gets to impose.
Yes. And they get to attack Biden for it.
Yep.
When he doesn't know if it's chocolate or Tuesday.
Yep.
So it's pretty crazy, right? Oh my gosh, we've got to talk about something else when you're ready.
Okay. Oh, I just want to dig into that just a little more.
Okay.
So it was in the 80s. Okay, we can go through the healthcare history. I've done it on the previous iteration of the show. Why healthcare insurance became a thing and became prominent. Car insurance did the same thing. Home insurance. It started out as farm insurance, and then that's why you got Farmers Mutual and State Farm. All those are named after farming stuff. But anyways, so it was in the 80s, in the 90s under Clinton that we started seeing the government backed student loans. Because prior to that, you'd have to go to a bank, and the bank could say, "All right, let me see your."
When I got my student loans, they were under a private bank, not the government.
Let me see your grades.
Then they got sold over and over.
Yeah, which should also not happen either. But let me see your grades. Okay, you're a C- student. That's a gamble. What are you going to school for?
Well, and how much do your parents make?
And then they would say, I'm going to school because I want to study, shout out to Adam Carolla, Chicano studies. And the bank would they'd probably push back from the table and say, look, son, I think that you should really think about anything else instead of wasting your time on that.
Well, we don't see it as a good investment for us, so we're not going to give you the loan.
There's no employment option with it.
And then some cities, like when I was young, I was in criminal justice, and if I were to be hired as a law enforcement officer in a certain city, they would pay for my loan after I went through the academy and was hired on and was working for a certain amount of time. Then the city would pay for my student loan back. And that was a way to get more people into law enforcement.
Military did the same thing.
Yeah. So, again, all privatized at the time. Cities started to do that because they said, well, geez, this is something we need. Let's add that as a benefit. And then the military, of course.
And they worked out the numbers, and it was, felt not that cities always run themselves fiscally sound, but to them, it felt like it was a cost benefit. But now they just literally fill out the paperwork and then go to the college, and bam, they're $100,000 in debt for a fine arts degree, something that there's no job out there for it.
And that's even if they don't finish their degree, which a lot of kids don't.
How many of these
kids have to stop and go back to work, or they decide midway through they don't want to be a doctor or a lawyer, and so they're still in debt.
Or a gender studies major, or how many of these kids protesting right now are going to get kicked out of college, and then they're going to use that as their next banner for woe is me.
Well, some of them are being told they're not able to graduate because of this. It's an infraction. Yeah, they'll get their graduation.
They're holding COVID style graduation,
but they will not be given the right to graduate with their class.
They're not walking the podium thing.
And as a parent, can you imagine if you get a call from your kid and you have spent all this money? I mean, graduations are great for students, and they are for the students, of course. But I was telling my son last night when he had his last 8th grade choir performance, I'm like, do you think these performances are for you or for your teacher? They're not. They're for the parents. It's a chance because you could sing anywhere, but they have these events for the parents so that we look at our child and we get to see all the work and and how far they've come. And yes, we applaud a teacher that has given all her time and attention and talents to these kids, and we applaud the kids, but it's for the parents. Graduations, college graduations are always for the person, of course, but a lot of them are for the parents who have spent every last penny they have. And if you got a call from your kid, they're not letting me graduate, so don't come. I would be like, what?
This is just
you did what?
Yeah.
And guys, come on. This taking your school hostage. I mean, literally, that's what they've done. They've taken buildings hostage. This is insane. This is insane. So the healthcare thing you wanted to.
Anyways, so you see the government. We don't need to go all the history of healthcare. Healthcare comes about because of the Great Depression and the moves that FDR made. There, prior to that, healthcare was a community thing. Usually, when you pull into a town and you still see them, the different Rotary Club signs. Like they'll have a banner and it'll be, we have the Rotary Club and the Lions Club and the Elks Lodge and that. They still have them.
And then you had religions too.
Yeah, and you have churches, but Rotary clubs were nationwide. So let's say you lived in Ohio and you were a part of the Rotary Club, which was probably the most popular. And you're driving to California, you're taking your kids to see, the Sycamores, whatever.
The beach.
And your kid gets sick on the way through Grantsville. That's why out on the freeway, they had a sign that said, "Welcome to Grantsville." And then underneath it had the Rotary Club. It's a thing that looks like a gear. You could pull in there because that Rotary Club would have a doctor on staff, a doctor on retainer, a lawyer on retainer, a mechanic that they went to. And that way, that was your emergency plan. You pull in, you'd say, all right, I'm a member of this Rotary Club.
AAA, but in a...
AAA was the exact same thing.
Yeah.
AAA is morphed into Assurance Plan, but before that, it was a national group where that they got together and they offered support. And then it also worked in your same town. If the little old lady down the street had an issue, the Rotary Club would step in and as a community take care of it.
He was part of the Rotary in West Valley's Rotary. And every Christmas we would donate to the shelters and to the kids that we would do Christmas for them. I mean, up until the year he died, we did that. And that was just at Christmas time. In summer times, they would do things. They would always do that.
Yeah,
for graduation, my grandmother gifted me a AAA membership. And I was like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Best present I ever got.
They're huge.
Because they saved me in so many different places.
Rotary clubs are huge. And then the church filled in the other gap. But during what FDR did is he froze wages. Okay, so people couldn't get pay raises. So companies started offering different little weird things. Like if you went to work for,
Ford
widgets and stuff, there was a deal. Nash made, I think it was called the Nash Bonneville and the Nash Metro. The Nash Metro is the homosexual male's car right next to the Jeep Wrangler. It is, I don't know.
Okay, go on.
But anyways, they would offer that. If you bought the Bonneville, they gave you a Metro for the wife.
Okay, but go on. Let's get through this. I got neat stuff too.
Okay. We got lots of time. So anyway, when he froze it, companies started offering cars and different benefits. And one of those benefits started popping up was the company would pay for your insurance.
See the green tents?
Yeah.
In Columbia?
Yeah, they're everywhere. So that's the national.
It's so funny. You notice how all these kids protesting have the exact same tents. And then you'll see those same tents in these undocumented immigrant camps.
You see that car? If you bought the Bonneville, you got one of these for your wife. I'm going to put it on the screen.
I would love to have one of those.
Right now, yeah. My dad painted one. What was it? Probably about 4 years ago. It was pink and white. And beautiful little
A
cars.
pink and white. That's Barbie's car.
It was pink where it's red. Yeah. And that's what my nieces called it. They were little at the time. They called it the Barbie car, but that's the Nash Metropolitan, and has a little 4-cylinder
Looks like a Jaguar
Sprite
with that.
engine. Yeah. And it was a combination car. They've got a British engine. Nash was an American company.
So they basically gave you this as an incentive to come work for them.
No, if you bought the big one, they gave you that one for the wife.
Well, that's back when every person owned 2 cars and can have a house and a stay-at-home wife.
But anyway, so the government,
America's in a good place.
back to
then.
the source, aside from me talking about stupid car logic that doesn't
Pressure.
matter anymore.
Mayday.
So when companies started doing that, that became the thing, and everyone leaned into it. And then all of a sudden, the Rotary clubs start dying, and the churches, the natural donations that kept the community vibrant and involved in the community started dying. And then everyone turns and looks to the government. You fast forward.
No, I actually think it was the other way around. I think the governments came in, and I think churches and stuff started to get left behind because people were counting on government over this.
That's what I was saying. Everyone starts looking the other, towards the big daddy government. And so, yeah, I'm not saying FDR knew that was going to happen. Price controls and pay controls are the death of the nation. They are.
Design? You don't think FDR knew that if I put everyone on the government teat, that eventually I'll be more powerful as a government?
I think he knew that. I don't think he knew that the Rotary style clubs would die like that. I don't think he planned that far ahead. But so that's where we're at, and it just keeps happening. So then you fast forward to Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton gets involved. It was Reagan and Clinton's era when they got involved in this student loan stuff. It really started under Carter, but Clinton and Reagan's era, of course, you were graduated when Clinton was still the old man. And it was right after you graduated when the government started doing.
Yeah, we went to Desert Storm when I was in high school, junior in high school. So
Mhm.
that was still under the original GH Bush.
Yeah.
Clinton was elected.
Mhm. Clinton was elected in 92.
And he was the first president I ever voted for.
Yeah. Well, good. Anyways,
You're welcome,
he played the
America.
sax.
I was part of the problem.
But it really wasn't him. It was more Congress that did that and lobbyists. But he, and that's when the government backed it, and colleges went hog wild. They started offering, first of all, it was different classes here and there, like a Taylor Swift class. And then now they've got whole studies that are just bull crap. Like the humanities are gone, gender studies. And if you ever get the chance, read about Peter Boghossian, Helen Pluckrose, and
I actually think gender studies would make more sense in like a biology or science major, because I think there's a lot of information to learn from studying the genders. But when you start adding 90 genders,
that's not how they study it.
Yeah, but you name it the opposite of what it is. And, colleges, once the government got in charge of those loans, it's funny how big, no one would talk about big college, right? They'll talk about big oil and big pharma, but they don't talk about big college, something that gets more and more and more expensive and provides less and less and less benefit. And it's insane. The college tuition at Harvard's $100,000 a year, easy. But your kid could come out with a gender studies degree that they can never get a job with. What in the H is that about? Okay, is this good radio?
Probably.
There's no dead air here.
So, okay, Peter Boghossian, James Lindsay, Helen Pluckrose, they all got together and wrote hoax publications to go into academic journals.
What, to see if they could?
And they did. And
they surprised the president of Harvard, copied and pasted her.
Oh, they did one
essays
where they got it. This was for a feminist journal, and they literally kind of copied Mein Kampf
Yeah, I see that.
and just changed the word around, and the journal published it.
That's insane.
And
Especially they're talking about transphobia
I think
from Hitler.
How many did they get through? I think they got through. They submitted 4 published, 3 accepted, 6 rejected, and 7 still under review. And when you listen to them talk about it, if you get the chance, go listen to them talk about it. The ones that were rejected was because they weren't radical enough.
Well, they're trying to make a mockery of it and expose the mockery, right?
And these are all professors.
And these professors were doing it to make a point.
Yeah, Peter Boghossian's a professor in
It's okay.
Anyways, and then you've got James Lindsay. He was a mathematics professor, and I think Helen Pluckrose is an English professor.
Look it up. Look up the grievance studies
affair, and it made big news.
Wikipedia, because it is a great example of them making a mockery of it, and yet they're still pending on some, even after it became a hoax.
No, they've dropped them now. They don't, because they got called out by, I want to say it was the New York Times caught them and called them out.
Okay, can we get on to my subject yet?
Yes, go to your subject.
So one of the women that I highly respect and have followed over the years and think she's just amazing,
Hillary Clinton.
She just dropped a huge bomb on the world with her book.
Oh,
I'm talking about Kristi Noem, folks.
She wants out of politics is what happened. She wants out.
Basically, she's like, you know what? I'm going out in a blaze of glory. She didn't take note of what happened to Romney because he said he strapped the family dog to the top of the car on family vacations in his kennel.
Yes.
She didn't think
that dog lived.
Was no big deal. And that dog was a valued member of Romney's family. They loved it. They took it on vacations and they had a lot of kids, and they put him on top and he was strapped in and safe. Seriously. I mean, they put grandma on top of the car in vacation and she wasn't even alive. But Kristi Noem has doubled down.
Career suicide.
So in her book, she talks about how she killed her dog.
A puppy named Cricket.
Poor Cricket. And horses.
Mm-hmm.
And talks about them unapologetically. And when the press has come to her and they're like, wait a minute, so why didn't you just put the dog in a shelter? I don't know if the dog was a biter.
It was aggressive. An
aggressive dog. So why not do the humane thing and take it to the vet and put it down if that's what you're going to do? But find it a farm to live on or give it to the pound. Nope, she shot it.
Or even don't put on paper how you marched it out into a field and killed it.
Guys, come on. This seems so... You don't remember the Mitt Romney debacle? I mean, it is still... something people accuse him of all these years later.
You're better off in the U.S. right now to talking about killing a child than you are a dog.
Yeah.
It's just
because people are so sensitive to animals, and as it should be. Come on. But then in her comment was Commander Biden's German Shepherd that has bit so many Secret Service agents, and this dog is a problem. And I'll tell you, I own a German Shepherd. They can be aggressive. They are better with only their family. They're not dogs you own like a golden retriever that's going to love everybody, equally and are super great with people. German Shepherds, their breed tends to love a couple of people, and they're highly protective of those people, and they're smart. You can train them to do basically anything. And you can even train bad behavior out of them. But you would never, I can't fathom this. She put this in a book. She just let this book out this week she talks about killing her horses.
This book is Slater's career.
Yeah.
And it's not just that.
List. Donald Trump's like, nope.
She's not mentioned anymore. And then she talks about meeting Kim Jong-un. She's never met Kim Jong-un.
well, she says she doesn't discuss her meetings with public figures. And I thought,
After she
why
wrote about it.
would a governor from South Dakota cross? Donald Trump's the only politician, I think, in history, let alone president, that's ever crossed the North Korea border and met with Kim Jong-un. Why would she add herself to that conversation and then backtrack by saying, well, I don't know why the editor put it in there. And the lady goes, or the guy, I don't remember who's interviewing, they said, you actually read the book for the audio. You read this part was in there. So it didn't just like slide past you and you missed it and someone invented it. Like you literally had to read it out loud.
I mean, it would be one thing if she hadn't read the audio book and she could say, my ghostwriter, he got me. I'm telling you, she could have said anything. But she read the book.
She read the book.
So either A, her reading comprehension is 0.
No, she wrote that.
Or B.
And then she says, I don't discuss my meetings with public figures. And like you said, well, then why would you put it in the book? And then she talks about how she was there. What do they call it?
The DMZ? The
DMZ. I was at the DMZ. Okay. A lot of people have been to the DMZ. I mean, a lot of people have gone there, but they don't cross the line. They certainly don't cross the border.
And what did she stand on one side with the South Korean soldier, and then he stood on the other side with the North Korean soldier, and then they yelled to each other because the DMZ, you've got 2 buildings sitting there, and then there's a walkway between them, and they're probably about 30 yards long.
You guys remember when Trump crossed the border into North Korea? It was the biggest news anywhere because it had never been done before, ever. Trump did it. He sat down with the little guy, and he had a conversation. And
with the
all of a sudden,
pirate,
the little guy stopped launching missiles into the air towards South Korea. I mean, heaven forbid Trump gets any credit for that. But why would she?
I don't know.
Put that in a
maybe
book.
She doesn't want to be in politics anymore.
Why would you do that? You're one of the best governors in the country. I always say I want 50 more just like you.
And imagine, I mean, she's very good looking. She's
very smart.
She's smart. She's fairly charismatic.
She's very charismatic and she's eloquent in her speaking.
And now,
I mean, overnight. And they
done.
gave her, I've seen her on these pressers where they've given her an out. She doesn't take it. She doubles down.
Yeah.
And for Trump to be like, well, she's not on my short list anymore. I mean, why would you admit to murdering your pets?
She committed suicide, political suicide.
Maybe
she wants out. Maybe she didn't.
Nobody wants out like that.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, so I'm curious what you guys all think. I hope you like and subscribe our page, by the way, because this is great content that we're creating here. But for those of you that know Kristi Noem, she is a governor of South Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
She's very pretty. She's very smart. I mean, she's very tough, and her state is doing exceptionally well.
Didn't she also get, about a year and a half ago, she also got tied in with a
trans bill?
No, giving a license. I want to say, is it a notary public or is it a building inspector? Like one of those municipal style licenses, forcing it down for, I think a friend's kid or a niece or something. And that was kind of big news for a minute.
The big news that I remember was when her legislator passed a bathroom bill having you use the bathroom the sex you were born with, and she vetoed it. And the reason it was such big news is because people on the right were like, wait a minute. And she said, I vetoed it because it didn't go far enough. And I told them to bring it back to me with certain things added to it, which I can understand, kind of. But I thought, wow, is this a hill you're going to die on?
What did she want?
I think she wanted, I don't even want to pretend I know, because I just remember it made national news. And I think she said it didn't go far enough. It was just allowing people to still go in if they looked that way. But here's my question a lot with these bills. It's like, who's enforcing them and how do you enforce them? Because I don't want to be the person who's like, show me. Right? If you look like a woman and you're going into a woman's restroom and you are just minding your own business and doing what every other woman does and washing your hands, fixing your lip gloss, leaving, I see no problem with that. But if you go in and you have a full beard, yeah, I can enforce something like that. But I don't want to be bugging men and women who look like men and women.
It is tough when you come down to the tactile part of this controversy over transgenderism. Is I think they're writing bills that will allow for different levels of punishment if bad things happen.
I can see that.
And they're also bills. They're and this is mostly what we get out of government nowadays is vanity bills. These bills that say, "Hey, I'm one of you." And so all bills are now vanity bills. The last thing they ever do is get their budgets.
Like virtue?
Yes, they don't get their budgets in order, or they don't write a bill to make it so that the middle class has a good, strong foundation to grow on. Instead, they write a bill that's about, because I can imagine if we were to cruise back, say, 1920, and they went to the Congress and the president that existed in 21, one of my favorites, and they said, we need to be concerned about homosexuals. And he would have said, are you kidding me? Are you up in the night? That is not something that we need to legislate. We need to legislate prosperity. We need to legislate, sound money and safety, fiscal responsibility,
law and order, things like that.
And that's where we are now. Everything's just a vanity. It's all just justice. So that they can. Yeah, it's vapid and vacuous. We have the Kardashians, politics, and that's what we have. This bill where they want to.
Shows you though how important culture is to a government and to a people.
Yeah, it sure is. Like we have this bill where they want to enshrine what you say is anti-Semitic or not. It's all just a vanity bill. That's all it is.
No, it's worse. It's worse than just vanity because it's an actual infringement on your constitutional liberties.
It would be, and it's a way for the
virtue.
It'd be a way for the government to make money in the end because you'd pay more lawyers to get your butt in front of the Supreme Court, so the government would lose because that's what would happen.
And it also gives the government power over other things that come out of your mouth or interpretation of things that come out of your
100%.
mouth. And that in itself is a freedom of speech violation. And it's a small little cut.
I just hope that when we collapse, we can sit down and rebuild a government the way it should be.
In this world, with the distance you have between people, values, experience, how do you build a government from the start? Think about 1776. Those people just wanted to have say and not have someone across the pond dictating to them how they can live their lives, who they have to worship, how much they have to pay for tea, all of that. They just wanted to be left alone. And that was a moral people. They were morally sound as far as societal norms. Now that was taught to them across the pond. Manners, respect for human life, things like that. But these people come out at a time and go, okay, we're done. We don't want a king anymore. And so there begins a moral people deciding on what our laws are going to be, what our rules are going to be, and how basic it was when you think about now. There were no people fighting for this stuff. In fact, it was offensive to say the government's going to take care of you. Excuse me? Because back then they realized Nothing comes for free, and there are strings attached. And it's just absolutely crazy. Here we are, folks. How do we run and how do we have a document like the Constitution without a moral people? So when you do say when it collapses, I hope we can rebuild a government. How? Of course, maybe suffering, when Americans actually know what suffering is. I mean, actually know, because we don't. Americans have no idea what suffering actually is. We can struggle with paying our bills. We can struggle with putting food on the table, but we've never been starving. We've never had to go wait in a bread line. We've never had to watch our child die of an illness that is curable with penicillin.
Our poor people die of obese-related health issues, not starvation.
Right. Like, I don't think the American people can even fathom what struggle is. Now, that's not discounting anyone who's going through something, because it is relative.
We're talking on averages.
We're talking about, like the countries of Africa and their struggle. Those people understand struggle in a way that Americans will never understand. Just talk to immigrants from those countries, and they come to America and they're like, what, are you kidding me? I can get a job. I can live in a place that has running water that I can actually drink, sewer. Like these things we don't understand. So it's almost like you have to absolutely collapse and people will learn what real struggle is before you could create a new boundary, a new government. Don't you think? Like Americans?
Maybe we just need to, maybe universal suffrage is not the correct way. Maybe Starship Troopers has it right. You've got to earn your place as a citizen. You've got to have some skin in the game.
Yeah, but who decides?
What do you mean, who decides?
I mean, to be a citizen, you've got to create borders. And then those borders have to be protected. So you have to have a government.
Citizenship has nothing to do with borders. In Starship Troopers, citizenship has to do with service.
Okay, but didn't they have a universal type of government where
Sure.
there was a world government, not
Sure, you didn't get to vote unless you
right
committed to service.
So I
unless you put skin in the game.
You still have boundaries that you're working within.
Well, in Starship Troopers, the boundaries was, I think, the stratosphere.
That was a made-up show. It's not a documentary.
Well, I mean,
did you know that?
It was written by Robert Heinlein, and
you know it's not a documentary,
his
right?
books. Hey, I have seen that documentary, The Terminator and Matrix.
Fair.
And the most important documentary of all for this day and age, The Road Warrior.
I remember the documentary Star Wars as well. So this is how democracy falls.
That was a
the
play.
Sound of plunderous thought. The sound of
thunderous applause. Anyways, no, but no, it's a theory. It's a political theory. It's republicanism. Like pure republicanism, that your suffrage is earned. Anyone can earn it.
That's the animal kingdom, and absolutely makes sense.
Has to be earned. And you don't have to join up and join the military or any of that, but you have to earn, and there'll be ways to earn it that are outside of,
Yeah, you could
mobile
do,
infantry.
If you're a doctor, you would donate your time and energy to help those who need it off the clock. Just like lawyers who do that,
And you can still have a business and be productive and everything else. You just don't get a vote. You've got to earn that. And maybe that's the right idea.
Would you go back to the barter system?
The barter system?
Yeah, instead of using cash, it's service. I make bread. I know how to make bread. I don't know how to fix my car. So I'll make you bread. In exchange, you will fix my car.
That works in small communities. I mean, all cash is, if you're going to look at cash, or for Dave, Bitcoin, or
hi Dave,
pesos, or whatever, all currency is
goods exchange.
Just saving of calories. That's all it is. And so that way you can carry calories with you, because let's say I work on cars and you bake bread.
Mm-hmm.
How many loaves of bread would it take for me to fix your car?
And that would be up to you.
And would those loaves of bread be perishable for the amount of time that you would have to give me 1,000
Again,
loaves of bread?
Up to you. And then
That's why we have,
you accept or you don't.
that's why currency shows up.
Right.
So that you can sell your loaves of bread around, can, obtain the currency, pay me in those caloric amounts. And that way I don't have to consume 800 loaves of bread
overnight.
Just
provide your family bread once a week for the rest of the year.
You could, though that's that's where you get into
credit
loaning problems and usury, I guess. But
you also need a justice system, because when I don't pay you that bread, there's got to be a place for you to get justice and to argue. So again, even if we collapse, we still have to have law and order, and we still have to figure out what the justice system would look like.
I think the world would get pretty rough for a lot of these snowflakes if we collapse, because not having usable skills and going out and yelling at other people that they have to take care for you is not a good way to survive in a collapse
Usable
situation.
Skills in this day and age means you're able to feed yourself, grow the food maybe that you need to eat. You need to be able to know triage as far as basic triage, like how to help yourself in that situation.
Being able to hunt, build a building,
hunting,
shelter, any usable skill that people that the average person would consume on their daily life within their capabilities.
Hey, and these are skills that have died.
A lot of
over to the past couple of generations.
A lot of them, yes.
Like the greatest generation passed on some of these skills to the boomers. And the boomers passed on some to the Gen Xers. And we were savages. Like we just kind of ran around in a loincloth for the most of our lives.
We were made savages.
But then we didn't know very many skills to pass on to Gen Z or millennials.
We were the first generation where en masse both parents had jobs.
Yeah. Latchkey kids.
Which is why we are a forgotten generation. We weren't cared for. Both parents had jobs. So we had to make it on our own, which, has its ups and downs. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's into the fourth turning. It's a real interesting theory.
I think we are a great generation because the beauty, like I remember at a very young age knowing, like my mom was able to stay home with me. Mm-hmm. I didn't go to preschool, and it only fell because of her job at the time. So she was able to stay home with me. She didn't stay home with my brothers. And my father in law enforcement worked 20-hour days. He had 2 jobs most of the time, if not more. We had the best that a kid could ever ask for. I was spoiled. I didn't know I was spoiled, but I was spoiled as a kid. But I also knew that I was losing my parent, their time and attention. Yes, we had a swimming pool, but both my parents worked extremely hard. Mm-hmm. And I didn't see my father a lot. I mean, a lot. But we went on these great vacations where I got him full time, and that was awesome. But I knew there was a sacrifice being made, and I was very young, and I knew that. So I think that was something that I learned as a kid, that yes, this is stuff, but look what you're missing out on, because I loved being with my mom or my dad.
And I'm not judging parents on that. That was the circumstance that was designed by the CIA and the feminists.
It's true.
It is.
And they made it almost like you had to work 2 jobs.
It's been proven the CIA worked with the feminists to get this movement pushed out. Started in the 60s.
Yeah,
it's a wild world.
Birth control movement.
It's the CIA is our friend.
Saw a documentary just about the discovery and push of birth control, and the impact it had, and yet the negative impact it had on families, on women, on men, that it was like, wait a minute, I've never questioned the need for birth control ever until I started seeing the reasons behind it, the why they wanted it. And it was so women could go to work. And who missed out? Kids.
Well, you make the kids a ward of the state for most of the day, and you separate the kids from the parents, and then you get another set of tax revenue.
Yeah, double
And
the
then,
tax
and
revenue.
then now that incomes are bleeding back further, even two incomes aren't making it. So maybe we're going to see they're going to legalize polygamy or polycules or have something like that to make up for it. We're heading to nothing but good places.
You know what? I don't even see a problem with legalizing polygamy.
Blue skies
As long
ahead.
as adults, they're all
I'm
adults.
I'm
If you're
not
going to stick
saying
your nose in my marriage and tell me I have to have a license from you that I pay you for,
I'm not saying it's bad.
it's so overreached in the government.
I'm saying it's going to be for a purpose because
everything is.
we
yeah.
are tax cattle. That's all we
Absolutely.
are.
But
And-
when people don't realize the whole reason they made marriage licenses in the first place was a way to avoid people being interracial couples.
Yeah.
And they saw it as a cash grab.
Yeah.
And then I get it, because if you divorce, that fills up the courtrooms, and courtrooms take money. Judges need to be paid. I mean, you pay your lawyers, but there has to be courthouses and all of that. But I'm thinking, what if the government just got out of the marriage license business? And people go into relationships as a contract, because that's what essentially a marriage license is.
That's all a marriage is.
Contract that says, in the event that we split, this is our agreement of what will happen with our children. This is the agreement of how our bills will be paid and all of that. I know that it takes a lot of forethought. Like, you've got to, and most people are blindly in love when they decide to get married. But imagine if you didn't have to pay for a marriage license. Then the government can't tell men they can't get married, women they can't get married, polygamists they can't get married. You're adults. Why do they need to be involved?
I think the government will make it so they can, just so that people will not uprise, so that people can join a
Polyamorous.
a large gaggle, and and we'll be back to tribal living.
That's kind of how Utah was when it was first founded.
It was, though it was only in one direction. Bigamy was not allowed, and it was only
polygamy was.
Yeah, polygamy was, but bigamy was not, and it was only favored people could do it.
Right.
The unfavored were generally run off, which still happens today down in the Colorado City and that, where
the fundamentalists.
Yeah, the FLDS are down there still practicing.
Again, though, these are adults. I've seen plenty of documentaries about the FLDS people, though, and there is abuse that happens there. But at the end of the day, the government is so bloated. It's so bloated. And when you watch Biden talk about, we're in great shape, we're doing this. Oh, and he says, when I took office, inflation was 9%. He said this in a video interview with CNN.
2 days
and I was
ago.
like, 9%? When you took office, it was under 3%. And you took office after COVID.
I think it was 1.7 or 1.4.
Yeah. And yet he blatantly lies, and nobody.
Even CNN
calls him
kind of
out.
called him out on
Yeah, I think they're starting to.
it.
change their
CNN,
mind.
I think for the last year, CNN's been going, oh, wait. Not to mention, CNN probably wants Trump back.
They absolutely want Trump back. They didn't exist without him.
They were dying on the
He
vine.
was the number one discussion on CNN.
Yeah.
And I guarantee they would love to have him back. And speaking of his trial, did you see what's her face testified?
Fanny?
No.
Oh, Stormy.
Stormy.
I didn't see it. I heard it was.
And they made it implied that she was forced. And she said, no, he didn't force me. Yeah, but were you afraid? And she's like, no. And they said, well, he's a big man. She was like, yeah, he's a lot bigger than me. So it was that. Was that it? She's, even her lawyers, like, if her lips are moving, she's lying. Now I get it. Her lawyer went after Trump when Trump was
you're
running,
talking
and
her
he's a
old lawyer.
scumbag. Anyway, and he's in prison now.
So, he's been an interesting read lately.
Yeah, because he's defending Donald Trump.
He is. Like, he says this lawsuit is BS.
It's frivolous.
The biggest one is the one that came out with Jack Smith with the Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, the documents.
Documents.
Staged, people.
Well,
the FBI staged the photos of the boxes of evidence to make you think he literally had nuclear weapon secrets sitting there in his house.
They spread the documents out and then laid top secret cover sheets on them. And so that trial is on hold right now. We'll see if that one gets on.
How is this New York trial not got every reason for appeal over and over and over?
Because of where it's at. They've got to finish it there.
Finish it and then get him to an appeal court.
And then he'll end up in an appeal court. This Mar-a-Lago one, the documents trial, if that one falls on its face, that will be, we will literally see Democrat and progressive heads pop.
We should be seeing him right now. I know Republicans who that was the last straw for them. If Trump is hiding documents, and then they started to see that it was okay for Biden to have next to the Corvette in his Delaware house.
In the garage, in the open garage.
Yeah, these documents. And he, as a vice president, is never entitled to them.
Well, that part of the conversation got lost.
Right. Or the fact that Donald Trump, as president, could unclassify documents.
Though he didn't.
Himself.
I'm going to still man this. He did not go through the proper procedures to unclassify him. I'm always going to still man. He did not.
And the documents in question happened to be documents that were part of.
They were pertaining to his some hurricane, whatever.
Well, the dossier too.
Yeah, that's the hurricane. What was the investigation on him?
Right.
Novocaine hurricane, whatever it is. Anyways.
Again, that documents that could prove his innocence and this cover-up.
Yes, but I'm going to still man them. He did not go through the proper procedures to declassify him. He should have done that. He had, in some ways, he had the worst legal team on his side while he was president, including Barr. And in some ways, he had really good legal team, including Barr. But
depends on what you need him to be good at.
Barr told him, before the election, Barr says, you start saving money because you're going to have to push through because they're changing laws. And he ignored Barr on it. And then it comes through. And then he goes to argue after the fact. And he wasn't able to when he was kind of warned about it, even though I'm not a fan of Barr, but that might just be because of the Epstein thing. And Bill Barr's tied in with that pedophile network.
I think that you have an absolute cover-up on behalf of the FBI, and it's not necessarily a cover-up, but it was a presser. It was it was propaganda.
Yes.
Perpetrated by the FBI.
Yes.
And the media put so much under the rug regarding Biden, and not that they're two different situations.
They made a mountain out of a molehill to make a spectacle. The FBI does not want him in. That's clear, or at least the leadership of the FBI. They don't want him in, and they didn't want him in from the start. So they made a mountain out of a molehill. They
invented evidence.
They did the documents case. What they did is they spread everything out and then threw those classified cover sheets on top of piles
for the photo shoot.
And then they didn't store them correctly. So how they got caught was because they didn't store them correctly. Because as the defense is going through these files, it's like these aren't corresponding with the chain of custody. They're not correlating. And the FBI is like, oh, wouldn't you know? And so this might get thrown out. Now, the reason this would be the big head popper for the Democrats is because all the prominent Democrats for the last 8 months have been saying, this is the one that'll stick, up including when they're arguing this Stormy Daniels case in New York. Democrats across the board, we're talking MSNBC reporters and Morning Joe, they've all said that's stupid. They need to leave that alone and focus on Mar-a-Lago. The Fannie Willis one, they're going, oh, that one's weak. it's super weak. You know, I mean, they've all of them have been saying the documents in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago are the big one. That's the big one. And if this
That's the felony, right?
it's not even that it's a felony.
Because what's happening in New York right now, they haven't even told you what the felony is they're even charging him with, because everything is misdemeanor.
Yeah.
And it's past its statute of limitation, and they got forgiveness on that. This is insane, people. You are watching a witch hunt in real time.
It's not the felony side that changes that. The side of it is how it looks to Republicans.
The felony, though, can keep him from being president.
No.
Yeah. In the Constitution, it says you cannot have a felony conviction. What is the exact
Anyways,
wording?
let me go on and tell you why.
Guys,
Okay.
I'm rubbing my nose a lot because I've got
her
severe
cocaine habit is rough.
allergies.
Anyways, no, let me tell you why. It's because the Democrats understand that the Stormy one, that's one that's a carryover from even before he won president the first time. So they know the Republicans.
And also a misdemeanor, no big deal.
No, because the Republicans didn't care the first time. They're not going to care this time. Because the Democrats aren't playing the game of, can we get him in jail? They're playing the game of, can we get Republicans not to vote for him? That's the game they're playing.
But they're idiots because they're getting Democrats to vote for him.
Sure. But, okay, so the Stormy one doesn't matter. The Fani Willis one down in Georgia, that's a big interpretation thing. What does the word is mean, right? But the reason they lean on the documents case is because that one, actually Republicans go, what the hell? Why are you taking top secret stuff?
Sure.
Which is why they staged the photo with the top secret pamphlets. That's what, so if they lose that one.
Republicans turn against him just like the dossier.
If they lose that, because New York is also supposedly a felony.
Dave says, I'm surprised how calm the population can remain with all the evidence of mistrust the government has provided. I'm so with you. I'm sitting here going, what will it take? Every time it's being exposed.
We are sitting at nothing compared to the Church Pike Commission. And the people sat quiet for that.
What are you referring to?
The Church Pike Commission, where they found out about MK Ultra.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Church was a senator from Idaho. Pike was a senator from, I want to say, South Carolina.
You can say it if you want. Go ahead.
Say what?
You said, I want to say, you say it. You say whatever you want.
Yeah. So this is nothing. This is nothing.
This is all a field day for any appeals court. And does New York City think that the appeals court's going to be in New York?
The people are sheep.
They're hoping that it destroys him before an appeal. There's all by design. Let's not let him. This would never be happening if he wasn't running.
Well, the Mar-a-Lago case is on hold. So there's that. He would probably beat that in appeal, but it's on hold now because their chain of custody was messed up.
And again, technicality, it should result in a mistrial and it shouldn't be prosecuted because everybody should have that entitlement to fair trial.
And then you've got the Georgia case. I mean, if Fani Willis wouldn't did a pay for play.
Another reason for a mistrial
or
an appeal. And the judge's comments
in New
York. Another reason for appeal or mistrial. This is insane.
Yeah,
people.
the judge taking advice from lawyers that aren't involved, which is illegal for a judge in the state of New York or the federal government.
Or making statements against this person.
Yeah, but it's
years before that are pulled out. Oh, yes, I can be a fair juror. Are you out of your mind?
Of course the population's calm because tonight the Kardashians are on at 7 and the Super Bowl will be on in February. The population is calm because the bread and circus is delivered.
You know, I'm proud to say I've never watched an episode of the Kardashians.
Yeah, I don't think I'd recognize any of them if I saw them on the street.
I'll never forget how she got famous.
Except for the Lady of the Year one, Bruce. That's the only one I think I'd recognize.
How dare you, sir?
What?
You just dead named someone.
Oh, Caitlin, I apologize.
The fact that she got famous by a sex video, to me, tells me right now why our culture is so messed up. That not only getting famous by that, and then going into this reality show when her sisters are minor children during this show, and the insanity of all of it, and the public just ate it up and ate it up. It's just like they do with the royals. They make idols out of people, and I'm not faulting anyone for their entrepreneurial spirit. I'm just saying, like, choose better, America.
Dave says, what about that time they injected all those black people with syphilis? No, it wasn't a Republican administration. That happened, I believe, under Truman. They did not inject anyone with syphilis. What they did is syphilis was already there.
Was there a war? Was it Vietnam?
No, it was, well, it was right. I think it was right after the Korean War.
Okay.
But anyways, they didn't inject them with syphilis. What they did was they told them they were treating the syphilis and gave them sugar injections so that they could see what syphilis did in the human body. That's what they did.
Didn't Hitler have that?
Did Hitler have syphilis? I don't know.
I believe it's been said
They've
Hitler
said that,
or Mao did.
They've said that about Stalin. They've said that about Lenin. And he may have, I don't know. But
this is something, you know what? I think the black population, of people have been mistrustful of the government, and because of things like this, with
due
regards. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Right now,
they're watching what's happening to Trump, and this is why I say there are Democrats out there who are going, wait a minute. They're treating this guy like they treat us. And now white people are watching, going, hey, wait a second. And I'm, for one, who believe in our justice system and thought, you know what, the judges can be fair and juries can be fair, and it shouldn't matter. I knew money does make a difference, but I'm seeing absolute racism happening, with the way they treat a black suspect versus a white one, in both the punishment, in the representation, in the time served. That this has been a big eye-opening situation. And I'm seeing black folk go, if they're doing this to Donald Trump right here in the open, now maybe people are going to see that this is happening to us every day. And they're not wrong.
About 10 years ago, I started looking into an FBI op called COINTELPRO, Covert Intelligence Program. And that was done during the 1960s. It was done against anti-Vietnam activists. And its main targets were the Black Panthers and Martin Luther King. I started looking into it, and I started seeing the games they were playing.
Did they kill Martin Luther King?
No,
I mean, do you think...
Her daughter says that they did. Her daughter forgave what's-his-name that got convicted of it.
I know, but I guess I didn't know.
Do I think, yeah. I think they killed JFK.
That was studying Martin Luther King's assassination?
Yeah, they had a whole commission into it.
Do they know who or his why?
Well, they convicted someone of it.
Right. But did it
I mean, all
sense?
of his buddies who wore ties every day, all of a sudden that day, all of them showed up without a tie. It's a whole conspiracy thing.
I'm curious.
You've got to drift down the rabbit holes with me on that one. But anyways, so they COINTELPRO, and I remember 10 years ago, after I started looking into this, and I started hearing the rumblings while Obama was president. And I'm standing in my old man's garage, his body shop. And I'm talking to him about it, and he was alive then, I wasn't. And I said, Dad, they're going to do this against conservatives. That's coming next. And you can see it build up starting. You had the Elohim City incidents down south, which kind of turned the government against Christian conservatives.
How long ago?
That was in the 80s, yes.
Because you had Waco, and you also had something.
You had Ruby Ridge and then Waco. But you had Elohim City down south, which that was a whole lot. They were these Southern Christian white nationalists were robbing banks down there. Essentially, they executed a lot. They killed a lot of police officers, did a lot of stuff. The bad guys. And then, so you see that, and you see Ruby Ridge, and you see the government kind of turn against the Christian right. And I'm not a Christian, not even technically on the right wing, but you see it happen. But my father is a Republican. And I remember telling him, Dad, they're going to use this against conservatives. And here we are. COINTELPRO is the playbook that they're doing this with. It's the exact playbook.
I have to look that up because I'm really intrigued because it was like the 60s was a time where prominent figures were just getting wiped out left and right.
Yeah.
And with JFK, with RFK, with Martin Luther King, with Marilyn Monroe, like all these people that were icons.
Yep.
I mean, larger than life. We're getting wiped out in front of a populace that only got the nightly news and trusted the government.
Yep. And it wasn't until, Walter Mandel came out and laid out the truth of the Vietnam War on the nightly news that your basic blue collar individual started protesting against the war. And the war lasted another year and a half, and then it was over. Amazing. They would have drugged that on forever because they were getting filthy rich.
Have we heard from our guest?
Nope.
Because it is actually 3:30 and we're expecting Cole Kelley. I will reach out to him through text.
Okay. I know we sent that to him. But anyways, if he has to come on a little late, he has to come on a little late. We'll be fine. Got more. Did you hear about Just Stop Oil, the granny protesters?
No, get into that.
Yeah, this is craziness. So there's two granny protesters in England. Reverend Dr. Sue Parfit and she's an Anglican priest and author, and Judy Bruce, a retired biology teacher, 82 and 85. These are great grandmas. They went into the British Library in London and smashed the glass enclosure around the Magna Carta.
Okay, first of all, the Magna Carta, the Constitution, the Declaration should not be under breakable glass anywhere. In fact, replicas should be put in museums, and originals should not even be.
They went in there. They had this. You see it on screen right now. They had a hammer and a chisel to break the glass, and they're in there like smashing on it. And then they glued themselves to it, saying, "The British government's committing crimes. Just Stop Oil." And I'm like, oh. These little old ladies would have no friends left if they just stopped oil. Just one winter without oil, and one of their group of 1,000 might still be alive.
Scratch that. They wouldn't have medicine.
Yep.
They wouldn't have clothes.
Yep.
They wouldn't have homes.
Yep.
Just
glasses. Those glasses on her face are made of oil.
So are their hammers.
So, anyways, but
why
the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is like, it's the root document to our Constitution. It's where the Lords stepped in and put the king in his place. And the Fourth Amendment, the ideas behind the Fourth and the Second and the First Amendment, not so much the first, but the second and the fourth were really born that these are my things. You're not allowed to just come in on a whim. You must seek out.
When was the Magna Carta written? Is it 76?
15 or 30. I want to say.
Hundreds of years before the Declaration?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It was like 15 something or 13 something.
Again,
it was.
Why is it under breakable glass?
It was written against Prince John.
Why would it be under breakable glass
Yeah.
anywhere?
Yeah. Now,
That's insane to me.
It is. And I mean, I'm sorry, ladies. I know your hips are delicate, but you should have been tackled hard.
Well, your brain is
And
delicate.
just stop oil. That good heck.
That's naive.
But hey, we get other protests over here. At least your protesters are probably paying their own bills.
So these ladies glued themselves to what? The Magna Carta?
The glass surrounding it.
Okay, so did the glass break?
Yes, they broke it.
What is wrong with people? That these, you know what? In this time, the people with the glue, even the Mona Lisa is under protected, unbreakable, bulletproof glass enclosure.
It's sad because
and it's got 2 armed guards.
And just because you were alive when it was written, young lady, doesn't. But no, I mean, why do you make a point destroying something that's priceless?
Because you can. And because it gives you 10 minutes of fame.
Because we don't have packs of wolves roaming the countryside, or maybe, just maybe, the free lead exchange hasn't been pronounced yet. But life is too easy. You don't have this stuff when life is hard.
Well, I don't think people even understand what hard means when you say life is hard. I don't think the average American can even fathom in their minds what a hard life even looks like.
It's ridiculous that they did that. Insane. Okay. Dave said, you need to describe the activities they do like Hemingway. The name of the op does not bring the emphasis. They should be placed into labor camps. Yes, they should. Those old ladies, but okay. Need to describe the activities they do like him. Are you talking about the activities the government do, like co-intelligence program? What they did is they infiltrated. They actually, it's an interesting story. They caused the first ever black gang war between the Western Black Panthers and the Eastern Black Panthers, or I should just say LA and New York, which is where they were centered. And they actually killed each other. They actually, I want to say the guy from LA came to New York and killed the head of the New York Black Panthers because the government got in and said, hey, he's doing this and he's sleeping with your old lady and this, and started a war.
Yeah, propaganda does that.
But that's what they did. And they it's a wild time. And the bad news is, here's the worst part, is had our government not, because our government did destroy the black community. It destroyed them first with holding them as slaves, obviously. But then when it went into the social programs and the redlining, they
obliterated families, the family unit.
They destroyed them. And that's how communism really got a root over here. It got a root in the black inner cities, because the Communist Party in Russia said, we treat our blacks just like our whites, except there is no blacks in communist Russia. So they could, honestly say that because there was none to mistreat.
But there might have been Irish. There might have been, other white folk that were not considered Class A citizens, and they treated them all terribly.
Oh, everyone was treated terribly unless you were in the ruling party. I mean, if you're in the ruling party, you got away with serial killing, Well,
that kind of was your job.
That's no, Andre.
Taking out the anybody that stands against the ruling party. Andre
Chikatilo was a serial killer and got away with it because when he got picked up, he was a member of the party, so they let him right back out.
Where is our guest? I've reached out, and I know that. Will you take us back to the other view? To this view? Yeah. So, too lazy for a name, says Kelley. Kelley, hey, if you know Cole, will you reach out too lazy for a name. I hate to make you do anything because you're just too lazy for a name. But I've reached out, and I'm hoping that he isn't struggling with the link or something like that.
Yeah,
Have
if
you
he
checked
is,
the email to make sure.
Yes, I have. If he is, have him go ahead and just give us a call.
Too lazy for a name. I love it.
I know that is the best name ever. Okay, was he a Republican? Who a Republican? Dave's asking if he was a Republican. I don't know who he's asking about.
I'm not sure. Is he talking about the serial killer?
Andre Chikatilo was a communist. He was a member of the Communist Party of.
Well, and would Martin Luther King? He believed in owning firearms. He was a church man. He was a reverend.
Most Democrats did back then.
And he was also very family oriented. Was he a Democrat or Republican? Do you know?
Was he a Democrat or Republican? Martin Luther King, I believe, was mostly of the Democrat Party, but the Democrat Party was different back then.
Right.
They were firearm friendly. They were religious friendly. You can't even.
They weren't civil rights friendly.
The COINTELOP president was the person who started it was J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, great.
J. Edgar Hoover was above political party. He was. I would argue while he was in charge of the FBI, he was probably the most powerful man in the United States, if not the world. He had stuff on everyone.
Well, I bet that would really blow up his skirt to hear you talk of them about like that.
Blow up his skirt.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King was into, according to the FBI, Martin Luther King did have affairs on his wife. And the FBI did record them. And the FBI did send him a copy of the recording with a note that says, kill yourself or we're going to give this to your wife.
Okay, Martin Luther King is actually quoted to say, I don't think the Republican Party is a party full of the Almighty God, nor is the Democrat Party.
Yeah. But you got to understand, back then.
He was neither.
Back then, Republicans, it was more conservatives versus anti-war.
He registered as a Republican in 1956.
56, he probably better have.
Well, remember, the Democrat Party was against civil rights. They fought it all the way. It
would have been the 40s when they started moving over. It was when FDR gave the Farm Bill to blacks. The blacks ran to the Democrat Party. And then when Johnson did the Great Society, he captured the rest of them.
Wow. Guys, this is a lot because you got to think how far back, this has gone for conspiracy and what's turned out to be real Warren Commission, the execution of all these political figures, these cultural figures, all in the name of what? Protecting what? The elites? Well, the shadow government?
Remember,
the organization?
Remember, only 10 years ago, anti-vax was securely in the progressive Democrat wing.
Yeah, that's true.
And now it's swapped. I mean, it's these movements. Whoever's in power, it's a power dynamic, That's why libertarians, if you went back to the 60s, libertarians, that budding community coming out of New York, out of Columbia, actually, they were considered left-wing anti-war group because the right wing, the conservatives, which are both parties, as Johnson was a conservative Democrat, except when it comes to but he was also a big government conservative, which conservative does not mean small government.
He was bought and paid for.
Yeah. Find me one that isn't.
I'm not sure.
That'd be JFK a much shorter list.
I mean, his dad was pretty much, but do you think JFK was bought and paid for?
Just because his dad ran
I don't think
whiskey.
He would have probably not been assassinated if he was bought and paid for.
I think he was assassinated for Bay of Pigs. Anyways, Just my thoughts.
Wow, way to drop an opinion like that and then move on.
Well, because he didn't support the Bay of Pigs. They expected the CIA trained up the Cuban invaders and expected air support from JFK, and JFK told him no.
Yeah, he didn't want a war with Cuba.
Yeah. But anyways, where was I at? I was covering something. Someone remind me.
Well, I'm just sad that we're missing out on a guest right now who maybe he forgot.
Maybe.
Oh, I'll be sad.
I don't know. Did you send him a text also?
I did.
Okay.
I did send him a text and I haven't.
All right. So you guys get to listen to the fun prattlings of Jared and Holly for the rest of the night, unless he does show up.
This thing with Kristi Noem has still got me.
Maybe she didn't want to be in politics anymore. That's all I can think.
Totally different ways to do that.
It's insane.
Go out. I mean, she could have been the vice president potentially of the United States.
And the next president.
Right. That's crazy. And you know, what's really crazy is politically what's happening, you know, in our county, for example. I got people so angry that I have not put a statement out regarding convention. And yet, I mean, angry.
Like a statement? How
like an
so?
official statement, getting mad at the governor for his behavior and not pushing the fact that we've got nominees, which we do have nominees. Our delegates chose 60% on certain candidates. So we have nominees. I've been totally open and honest with that, but it's just never good enough. And then a lot of people are angry because they're like, you can't just call them the nominee because others are still on the ballot. And I said, of course they're on the ballot. These guys are the convention nominees. So I had to go back in and try to explain that to people. But you can't, you've got Republicans infighting, which is never good. But that's what the primaries are for.
Why not? The Democrats are infighting. We should join the party.
I get it, but I guess that's what the primaries are for. It's to figure out who the best candidate is to put forth against.
It's great because now
the Democrats, but I wish these same Republicans would respect the results of the primary and then really get behind the candidate. Because infighting after the primary is just dangerous. That's how we lose seats, people.
Well, the Republicans and Democrats are finally acting like libertarians. So,
how so?
Because this is how libertarians are all the time.
Well,
libertarians are awful. There's
awful. Always somebody with their sign, legalize pot.
Well, it's not just that, but once someone gets elected, libertarians is a party that every election season swells, and then right after the primaries or the convention gets cut in half because half the Libertarian Party actually leaves the party after the convention. No, because they're mad about who the party.
Oh, I see.
And then they usually don't vote, and then they like the Mises caucus that got elected in at last year. Mises caucus is a caucus of, you could probably argue they're more conservative libertarians, but they believe in a strong border.
Yeah, but isn't the very act of being elected kind of against what libertarians stand for?
Not a libertarians.
Holding power.
No, libertarians.
Over others.
Libertarians don't. Well,
because then what? As the elected libertarian governor,
they want to take away. They want to take power to leave you alone.
Right. So isn't it kind of?
They generally don't legalize everything.
But they unrestrict.
But they want to legalize pot because of the abuses that has been rained on this country. And you could argue
more than just pot, though. They're saying if you're not hurting somebody else, then it shouldn't be illegal. And
I'm not here to argue for or against that. I'm a libertarian in ideology.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm not a libertarian.
There's too many laws. There's too many regulations. If it's not hurting you or somebody else, free market should win out.
You could argue our war on drugs. Matter of fact, you could pinpoint our war on pot and everything that surrounded that is why our police force is in a lot of places viewed as an enemy and heavily militarized.
Well, you add the fact that taking people's cars and their cash and all of that is part of the war on drugs. That was
civil
very
asset
negative.
forfeiture.
Yes. And how different the prosecutions again went for Black youth versus white youth.
That came out of the 94 crime bill, and that was mostly different. If you're talking the drug side, that was mostly different drugs. Now, if you're talking on criminal action side, that's not as sound an argument. That's something everyone argues, but they say, oh, this Black guy in Texas who did this didn't get the same crime as this white lady in New York who got this. But if they compared a Black guy in New York to a white lady in New York, following New York codes, the punishments are rather similar. So that's a kind of a straw man that the left has used.
I mean, there's a lot of people in jail, prison that have been arrested for
nonviolent
crimes involving pot. That's a crappy situation. I mean, there's people serving life sentences over trafficking pot.
Yeah, usually pot tied in with a firearm. So yes,
again,
that
you
is
broke the law at the time.
And I'm not a person who uses drugs except for caffeine and nicotine, but that is and alcohol once in a while. But it also militarized our police. Our police didn't have such a strong push to kick a door down and go into a house for a non-hostage or non-violent situation prior to that. That wasn't a common occurrence. So
also what wasn't a common occurrence was gangs. I mean, in the 80s, gangs kicked in with guns that well overrode the police. So the police did need to have guns.
What was the CIA chief's name?
Competed with the gangs' guns.
What was his name? Colby? No, it wasn't Colby. It's the one after Colby, who got asked that at a town hall in LA and admitted that the CIA does transport drugs into the United States. And that was a CIA chief.
What was Obama's big? I know he had no scandals during his office, as he likes
Fast
to
and
tout.
Furious.
Fast and Furious, but that was Bush's thing. Well, you kind of went on with it big time, and then one of our border patrol agents,
one of our
was
Utah boys,
by one of those,
a boy
guns.
from Ogden,
and you actually prolonged that program, but you had no scandals.
He actually made that program bigger too.
Right.
You ever seen that show Sicario?
I don't think so.
You should watch it. It's wild. It's about how the CIA...
The documentary?
Yeah, the documentary Sicario. It's about how the CIA boosts up one cartel over another and what they go through.
They did that with mobs sometimes in New York.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh, I can't stand this. It's so weird. The wind and I've never had allergies my whole life until I started working out in Grantsville. And all of a sudden.
Okay. Dave says, what happened with Kristi Noem? Kristi Noem wrote a book. And let's just say Kristi Noem made the faux pas of writing in her book how she killed her puppy.
Her dog that was aggressive, and she took it out and shot it. And then 2 horses.
And she said the dog was what, 13 months old?
14 months.
14 months old. Now, we understand a 14-month-old dog is a full-grown dog. Most of your average people think a 14-month-old is a year and 2 months. And so that's still a baby. So they see in their mind that she went out and killed this infant.
Because most of us who own dogs know dogs can be trained out of certain behaviors.
Sure.
And if they can't, you don't put a bullet in their head.
Sure.
You find other options. Of 14
But
months,
I'm telling you, the average person, when they hear that, they picture her killing the little fat belly, floppy-eared puppy.
See, and I don't think it would matter. But I'm also a dog owner.
Yes.
So yes, a
Yes.
14-month-old
And
dog is
you're also
a
not the
adult dog.
average person either. So
Thank you.
so, but yeah, so
Unless
that's
you meant it rude, then
no,
thank
no, I
you.
didn't mean it rude. You're so above average.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, so that's what Kristi Noem kneecapped herself politically.
Not only that, she also claims to have had a conversation with Kim Jong-un in North Korea. She says she went and met with him, but then when she was called out by the press, then she said, I don't like to discuss
after she wrote this in her book
with public figures. And they're like, when were you even there? Well, I was at the DMZ. Okay. With Kim Jong-un, and that wouldn't make national news. Donald Trump is the only known president in history to actually cross that border and meet with Kim Jong-un. But she's the South Dakota governor.
The only known political figure not in the State Department.
True.
Anyways.
So she's put all this in this book and got herself removed off a Trump shortlist for VP selection.
I think she wants out of politics. She has to want out. She just
thought she was too big to fail.
She can't be that dumb. All right. And then
people never forget what happened with Romney during his election with Obama. Sorry for those of you that are hanging on from the beginning, but Dave, this is crazy.
Catch up. Now,
no one forgets about what Romney did with his family dog by strapping it in its kennel to family truckster when they went on family vacations so that their little fur family could be on vacation with the family.
That got him hammered hard. That and the binders of women.
Oh.
And then Dave says they call them mafias when they are white. Mafia is not an English or an American term. Mafia is actually a Sicilian term. That's what they called their government that formed from the people during a time of anarchy. And then they became kind of gang members after that, but it was like
it was their tactics that made people consider them gang members. They'll protect you, but you're going to pay for it. And
yeah, just like our government, that was their initial kind of community council,
and that was really big in Sicily,
not
all of Italy.
Yes, and it came across. They uprose every time there was political strife involved in, but it was a Sicilian thing. All right, Dave says it's so hot here. That stuff will fade away.
I'm freezing.
That stuff will fade away like injections of syphilis into black people. Well,
here's the thing. This has pissed a lot of conservatives off.
Oh.
And it took her off the very short list she was on for a VP pick because Trump's like, I don't understand this. Like, she actually claimed that, my editor put it in the book and we have since remedied that to where she talks about going to the DNC. And yet she did the audiobook.
She read the audiobook.
So it's not like she didn't know it was in the book. She literally read that book for the audio.
Unless she read it one word at a time, like every 10 minutes. So you're not building a sentence. And then they're using AI to put the words together. She had to have stumbled across
And then she brought up the fact that Commander, President Biden's German Shepherd, who has been biting Secret Service and even drawing blood to the point where they had to take him out of the White House.
And they had Major before that.
Yeah. And she even brought up the fact that she would kill Commander. She's like, that dog needs to go. Needs to be put down. And it's like
hard in the paint.
And I'm sorry. I don't believe there are bad dogs.
And I like Kristi Noem.
There are bad owners. And a dog can be trained out of certain habits. And if you have a dog that is aggressive and you don't want to put it down, unless, sometimes the state will make you if your dog bites. But if your dog is bitten and it's had a reason to, or it's highly protective, then it's like owning a firearm. And you have to keep that dog in a situation the same as you would keep a loaded gun, because that's essentially what they become. But German Shepherds especially are very protective, and they're not friendly dogs that just go around and they love everyone. They're usually, their breed tends to love their family unit.
Mhm.
And then they're highly protective of the family unit. So you wouldn't bring a German Shepherd into the White House because just the traffic alone in the White House.
I'll let you read Dave's last one.
Dog public execution.
Dave's
Seriously,
going to be super popular.
tripled down
she
on
just
her point. And
so-
it was like, lady. And then
So who
she
do you
quit
think-
doing her pressers because the press was after her so much. So she canceled all of her press. And the book got published and it got released.
Do you
but
think
I don't know if she stopped it or
So
not.
do you think it'll be Tim Scott then?
I wish it was DeSantis. I mean, he's on the list, but I wish it was DeSantis only because I could see a great 4 years with Trump and then proceed with another great.
What about
8
Tim
years
Scott?
with
You don't like
DeSantis.
Tim Scott?
I don't mind Tim Scott, but I think DeSantis as a governor has shown the capabilities to run these different departments, focus on the Constitution. I mean, I think you could be a congressman and a senator and be a great president, but I think governors would make great presidents because of all of the different things they have to kind of.
What about that hot Hawaiian lady?
She's not a Republican. Yeah, that matters to me.
Does it?
It does. I think that when you're a Democrat for all these years and then you decide, okay, I'm not going to be a Democrat anymore because they've left me, but I'm also not going to be a Republican.
So do you like Lincoln?
I'm going to be an independent. Lincoln who?
Abraham.
Well, of course I like Abraham Lincoln.
Okay. His second VP. Was a Democrat.
Don't care.
Johnson was a war Democrat.
I was not even alive.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm alive
Tulsi
right now.
is awesome. And Tulsi, I like Tulsi. I like the stuff she's saying.
I like her too.
I've been consuming her interviews lately. The one with Joe Rogan was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
The one with trigonometry was fantastic. And man, she's a good looking lady.
Not that it matters, right? She doesn't have a stupid laugh. I love that about her too.
And she's, she's for real veteran. She seems like a real patriot. I question her earlier remarks on gun control, but she seems to have either she's honestly tempered that or she has figured out how to verbalize how she got rid of her ideas on that in a way that bought me over by saying, we have a tyrannical government. We need to have guns in the populace.
What are her views on climate change?
Oh, that's a big question.
Because that matters to me.
Yeah.
If they worship at the altar of climate change, it's an absolute no.
Here's a question. So does the VP candidate have to be U.S. born?
I believe so, because they have their one heartbeat away.
But then again, does the Speaker of the House then have to be U.S. born?
I'm not sure.
Because they're 3 away.
Mm-hmm. I think they would. I believe in climate change. It's called weather. So yeah, the changing of the climate. Yeah, it's weather.
Get them all.
You say it's hot in Florida. Yeah, it's May. Wait till June when your hurricane season starts because it's only been happening since the dawn of time.
Dave's going to be making gravy.
Welcome to humidity, friend.
Dave is going to be making gravy.
So yes, I believe in climate change. I just don't believe that you and your tax dollars are going to stop it. The sun flares, you have no control over.
I know that sunflower. I want to talk more about that. We should talk about, like, if it hits, what do you do? I mean, right now, if I was to give you advice, something I did earlier is you've got your bookshelf, and on your bookshelf, you make sure you have magazines that are
What's a magazine?
Magazine.
The thing that carries bullets?
No, the make sure they're
sunflower caps. Exactly. That's about how.
Give them a minute. That'll be coming up next.
That is about how stupid their ideas for fixing man-made climate change is. When we went through an ice age and there were really not a lot of men around, or SUVs. According to
what?
The SUVs.
Oh, SUVs.
That's That's
Well-
how he sounds. Al Gore is like, typically,
The man bear pig.
sometimes
I do believe
Dr. Matt Wazowski says, and yet it's insanity. It's insanity. And they think you, the American, should pay everything to fix it, go without. So don't have a car. You shouldn't use gas. Don't heat your homes. Eat bugs. Don't have cattle. And then all of that, even if everyone in America lived that way, it's going to fix climate change. And it absolutely is not.
Okay, here's the deal. I believe that all living organisms will cause an impact on the climate, yes, including humans. The reason I believe that is because a cat named Timogen killed so many people that he changed the climate.
You're just making stuff up now.
No, I'm not. His name is Genghis Khan.
Oh, I thought you meant like a feline.
No, his name is Timogen. His name, I called him a cat.
Yeah.
But he killed so many people in China that he changed the climate. What I disbelieve in.
He made hurricanes happen?
No, he lowered the CO2 levels on Earth. He killed that many. They've studied it. He stands on top of the world when it comes to massacres.
But I'm saying that even by lowering CO2 levels, how do they know? They weren't keeping track back then.
Well, no, they've studied the cores. They do the cores. Oh, this year, why is there this big drop for this 20-year period? What's going on there? And then he also replenished it by taking their women after he was done. But anyways, what I want to say is I don't think their prescriptions for the cure one would work or are feasible. That's where I separate. And I also don't think
the United States is the only one willing to take and England and Canada, but you still have China and India.
Germany's
they don't change everything.
Germany has sacrificed itself on the altar.
China, India.
Yeah, but
they absolutely
also
are the number one polluters.
I'm not sure that what they say is going to happen because of human-caused climate change is going to come to pass. But it remains to be seen. And
they've been tracking it for a year or 100 years. And in 100 years, you've seen the worst years for hurricanes, like the 1930s, flooding, hurricanes, hottest days on record in the 30s. That's back when cars were very, very distant. And farmers are getting all this beef because their cows fart, ladies and gentlemen. So they're the problem with methane. And yet the farmer is one of the number one people who actually produce whatever it is with their farms, corn especially. And I learned this from Carson Jorgensen because he's a farmer. And he's like, people who grow corn, because its turnaround is so quick, add so much oxygen just by its mere growing. And there are more trees on the planet, they figure, than there are stars in the sky. More trees.
I don't know. I don't know about any of that. I just know that governments are like, hey, give us your money and bow to us more.
Right.
And
this is
that has never solved any problem.
It's absolutely, we joined the Paris Accord and now look, climate change is stopped because you joined a group.
I like it when you talk like Al Gore.
That exclude India and China. Nobody talked to India and China about their contribution to pollution because they're not going to do it. They're like, you're insane. You're insane. We have 1 billion people. But if you join this group, now you're part of the fix. Meanwhile, I have a private jet and it's okay for me, but not for thee.
Here's what it is. It's just the wealthy making sure that they have more for them.
It is. It's the elite
That's
class
all it is.
telling you are the problem because you don't recycle. Mm-hmm. And when you dive into the deep dive of what happens in recycling, you realize half that crap's not recycled at all.
Mm-mm.
And the other half, it costs more to recycle. It costs more to recycle than the benefit of recycling. And because one 9-year-old did a science project on straws, ladies and gentlemen, by calling a few straw companies and finding how many straws they produce in a year. And then he said, well, that's how many straws are in the ocean. And all of a sudden states are banning plastic straws. And they're like, yeah, this is science.
But the paper straws work great.
They're garbage. But it's science. And then you're a science denier. Well, I'm sorry. If you actually deep dive into the science, you'll realize the only
Dave,
climate change
you kicked her off, Dave.
Publishing comes from funded scientists by people who gain something.
Do you think Dave is laughing right now?
Oh, he knows me already.
He's laughing. He's like, I'm firing her up. He's over there with the organ, just grinding that organ.
I'm not the only one who's going to experience heat today. I've got her all hot and mad.
Good.
We miss you, Dave. And we did talk about Bitcoin at actually 1 hour ago. It was 3:09 when he brought up, no, you don't. No one likes paper straws. Nobody in their right mind likes paper straws.
Oh, snap. Dave is firing her up. He's get her going.
When my kids were in DC and they ordered a soda and they brought out paper straws, my son goes, what the heck is this?
You got to drink it quick.
And he goes, I need a real straw. She goes, it is a real straw. He's like, no, I need a real one. This is gross.
Was her septum pierced?
Yeah, actually. Something was pierced. There was a lot of stuff.
Shocker.
But it was so funny because he didn't know about this 9-year-old's big science project that decided to say that paper straws are the way to the future.
Did you hear about RFK?
What about him?
He had a brainworm dead in his head.
Oh, get out of here. I don't need a new nightmare.
I'm not kidding at all. So he went to South Asia like in 2012 and or in 2010. Anyway, so he in 2012 he went to the doctor. He thought he had a tumor in his brain because he was having some memory loss and such.
Brain fog.
He goes in there and they take the old scan. He's got a dead brain parasite worm in his skull.
When did this come out? You said 2012. He thought he had
2012.
Out.
This kind of came out back then, but it's just kind of resurfaced this year. But yeah, so he threw out the offer to eat 5 more brain worms and still beat Trump and Biden in a debate. But yeah, he has a brain worm in his head.
I can't even imagine. I watched a YouTube video the other day with a girl talking about, she just was showing a TikTok of where this lady's like crying. She's like, I'm at the ER. I woke up in the middle of the night last night and I could feel, I didn't know why I woke up, but as I was laying back down, I heard little noises in my ear and I thought it was just ruffles on the bed. So I went back to sleep. I woke up in the morning and my ear hurts really bad and I keep hearing something. So that's her first video in the ER.
Was it a spider?
Switch to the second video where she looks like she's out of the Blair Witch Project. Her nose is running. She's got from the eyes here crying. She's like, it was a spider, you guys. It crawled into my ear in the night. And I'm like, that's the kind of, I know the average human swallows 6 spiders in their lifetime during sleep. Yeah. But this
I heard it was 12
nightmare that I can't.
Haven't you ever watched the videos where they flush the spider out of the ear with the water and the spider goes running off? Every time one of those videos pops across any of my feeds, I send it to my sister right away.
Nope. Not having it.
Now you're on that list.
No, I'm not having it.
This one I watched.
Can you imagine being the nurse or the doctor?
They wasn't a doctor. They did it at home. They got a squirt bottle and flushed it out. She went, and it ran in her mouth.
No way.
I fell out of the bed.
There is enough crap in this world to be afraid of. You don't need this added to your nightmare list. Now there's brain worms, and then he's using it as a joke.
Well, here we go. It's a tapeworm. Once a tapeworm, this is the symptoms. Once a tapeworm gets into the brain, it will form a cyst or fluid-filled sac in the brain tissue and just sit there. Wilson says. Wilson, I guess the doctor, or maybe the ball off the movie. It can sit there not causing any clinical symptoms for many years. And we don't really understand why, but eventually the immune system will say, hey, wait a minute, and attack it. And then kill it. The brain inflammation caused by the immune system's attacks leads to symptoms, by far the most common, which is a seizure and not caused by the worm itself. Worm larvae reside in the brain, but it's not likely they're chewing through it.
Not if they're in a sack.
Yeah, because
they would eventually just die, right?
Your brain doesn't offer the nutrients that it wants. It wants the nutrients in your belly.
And people used to eat brainworm or worms just to lose weight.
Hey,
back in the day, they also used to use leeches to suck the
or
bad poisons out of you.
All that. But just imagine now. No, I don't. Every time I get one of those spider videos, I'm sending it your way.
Please do. Never. This girl looked like she was in the Blair Witch Project. Nose is running. Who's this spider? And I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm done with the video. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know anything more about it. I just can't. Some people are, and I'm not even afraid of spiders. I'm the spider move outside to the outside person in my house.
You carry him outside?
Don't kill it. Let me get it. Mom, it's huge. It's huge. Husband's like, you got it? You got everything good here? Yeah, go on. I'll take care of it.
Dave says the only Kennedy that can think. Oh, seriously? No, I mean, those videos are heinous. Those are. Oh, I remember. Oh, never mind. I can't tell this story. I can tell it to you later.
Do you think there's going to be debates?
Ooh.
Because here's the thing.
Okay, so Trump and RFK are speaking at the Libertarian Convention.
But here's the thing. Trump didn't even debate his own party.
I know.
So that right there gives Biden an out to say, I'm not debating you. You didn't debate all this whole time. And gives him a way out. I
think okay. So RFK is offering to do a debate at the Libertarian Party. Of course
he is. RFK convention. Needs the oxygen.
He needs it. Trump is giving a speech there, which the Libertarian Party needs. Biden would only lose in the debate. He would only lose. There is no.
He can't even stand trial over the documents because of. And they said this about him because of his memory and confusion. He can't even go to trial over.
Too old and decrepit, I think, was the words they wanted to use.
And these guys were on his side initially. So yeah, everybody wants to see a debate for Biden. I want to see Biden. Oh. I want to see Biden.
Could you imagine
just do a speech without the teleprompter? How about 4 more years? Pause. When he was speaking to
the speech without the teleprompter would just be
one?
Yeah,
where he's speaking to the union and he read the word pause. And what's going on with this don't jump? Does the president think suicide's hilarious? Because he will seek it out. Anybody above him. And how on earth is that not and then he brings up that his uncle Boo Boo or Beesby or whatever got eaten by cannibals. This is worse. It's stranger than fiction.
We are in a clown world. I'm telling you, they turned on CERN and did that little spin around. Bam. Next thing you know, Trump's president. They just turned it on again, and now we're entering real clown world.
But tell me, do you think?
I don't think there will be.
They would do a debate.
I do not think Biden will have a debate.
Do you think Biden will be the Democrat nominee? Because they're waiting till way later.
Do I think Biden will be the nominee?
Yeah, I'm curious for real.
That's a heavy one. Who would they replace him with? That is the most plausible is that Biden steps down close to the end. And I think what they're going to try to do is let Biden hopefully try to recover some of the economy because the Democrats are losing on the economy. The whole party is, not just him, but the whole party. So I don't know.
Okay. So yes, Dave, Biden says that his uncle was shot down in New Guinea.
The Navy says he was shot down over the ocean, but
he was shot down in New Guinea and they never found his his body
His
or
remains.
the plane, right?
Or the 3 other people that
And
were on the plane with
He
him.
grew up saying that in Papua New Guinea, after he was shot down in World War II, he says that cannibals, they have cannibals over there in Papua New Guinea, and we believe they ate my uncle.
Well, did you hear the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea is demanding
Was angry.
He's demanding an apology from Biden right now.
And his people, like, oh yeah. And he did say that comments last week were considered loose talk. I don't know if that's considered like locker room talk for another guy.
I don't know, but he didn't call it a poop hole country. So, I mean, he gets a pass. This
is insane because now they all have to fact check him, and immediately it just made people in New Guinea livid.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, because in New Guinea, back then, there used to be a lot of cannibals in the region.
The Prime Minister comes up, wiping his face off and putting the leg bone away. What?
Seriously, this is our president.
Oh, this is a comedy. The world is hilarious. Yeah. If it wasn't so treacherous for your well-being, it would be the best comedy ever made.
The guy says, "What utter rubbish is he on about? We have never been classified as cannibals because of our history. We've had modern civilization." And you know what? Watch. What's her name? KJP.
Oh, Kareem Jean-Pierre.
Try to get out of that one. She dismisses it.
She
taken
just
out of context.
Yeah.
Well, blink, blink, blink. Take it out of context. That's just why would you even ask me that? The president's words were, and you're just like, are you serious right now? How shitty is your job? That you have to go out and defend that.
Do you think that's why the circle back lady bailed out?
Oh.
She pulled the ripcord on that shit.
KJP literally said over and over and over, the people need a breathing room. We want to give the people a breathing room. She kept referring to it as a noun, as if in her head, you're going to build people a room that they breathe in.
Dave says, yes, Biden is the perfect Democrat president.
Oh, this is laughable. And the fact they're not making movies about this right now tells you that the entertainment world is left leaning. But it's like the movie Civil War. I still haven't seen it. Have you?
No, we should go see it.
I don't even want to give him money.
Adam says cringe Jean-Pierre.
Exactly. So for my husband's birthday, we went to go see the new Ghostbusters.
How was it?
Cringe.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Because I was hopeful.
That was a stall forever.
Remember how we talked about, like, I read all the reviews, and Civil War's got really bad reviews. So somebody told me, well, this Ghostbusters was great. They should have done this the first time instead of that last one they put out. There's some funny things in it, but there was just so much cringe. And I'm just like, why did I spend? Now we went on a Tuesday, to be fair, because then movies are only $5, and I love seeing movies.
Was you in one of the recliner seats?
Yeah, we went to Jordan Landing.
Nice.
Which, that's the way to do it, and do it on a Tuesday.
Oh, seriously.
Especially when it's kids. And we did a surprise, and we did it late. We did a 10:00 show. Our kids were just like, yeah, this is awesome. And on a school night. So we went and saw it. It was just so cringe. Anyway, and I love Paul Rudd, and I love the actors in it. I just thought.
Paul Rudd is one of those guys. He doesn't age, and he is nothing but charisma in everything he's in. He's fantastic.
Adorable. He's just adorable.
He really is.
And so I wanted it to be so much better, but it was bad. But then I saw the Civil War because I was looking at that one. I thought, okay, maybe we should go see it. Then I'm reading the reviews, and everyone has the same review. They're like, this movie doesn't explain anything.
Yeah.
How did we get here to Civil War?
It just says Civil War bad.
And it's saying
journalist heroes.
I mean, I would expect a full-blown exclamation. when they talk about California and Texas joining forces. Like, you better have a full story there of how that would ever happen, right? They don't talk about
the
it.
horseshoe theory. The communists and the Nazis meet at the bottom.
Account. And then it's all from a journalist perspective of them photographing it, trying to get to DC.
Yeah, not even a journalist, a photojournalist.
Yeah, and then it's like, I guess the person playing the president has a lot of comparisons to Trump, but they never explain any of it. So you don't know why. And so I showed my husband we were gung-ho to go see it, because that is a movie that could be awesome if it was done right.
Yeah.
But it would also be probably terrifying to people.
Yeah.
You put it as a horror film even, or you put it like a World War II film only happening in real time. Like, you could really do a phenomenal movie based on a lot of what's happening in our lives right now. But I don't think the left would do that. And if they did, the FBI would be all over it.
I think you could do it. It would be cool if I was to make a Civil War movie, I would hire a left-wing writer and a left-wing director, and a right-wing writer and a right-wing director. And I would give them the outline scenario, and I would have them write plots for both sides to meet this outline scenario.
And then merge them.
And then you make two movies at once, a lot like they did with Red and Gray, or...
That's a good idea.
Or
you make a series.
Well, honestly, that'd be the best way.
Did you see the series? I don't even remember what it's called, but if you guys have seen it before, let me know. But I remember watching it, and basically the premise is that we lost World War II, and half of our country was run by Russians, and the other half was run by the Japanese.
Yes, not by Russians, but by Nazis.
Germans.
Yes, that is The Man in High Castle, or something like that. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but
I saw it. It was the first season of it. I thought was excellent.
But the crazy thing to me is how anyone theorizes that Germany could have defeated us.
Well, and they try to give you the backstory through it.
Yeah.
And remember, they didn't get all of America. They got a small portion of America, not even half, because then there's the no border spots where people like you and I would live. We were not Japanese and we're not German, but we're bilingual. So,
but that would be a cool idea to see it made like that from both, because
Dave just said, if they got the bomb first, and if you've watched
they wouldn't
that
have beat
show,
us. They could not have beat us. Even getting the bomb first, they could not have. They could have defeated us in war, but conquering us wouldn't have been. It would have been impossible. One, we have too big, too very trained. I mean, how'd they do in Russia? They made it what?
You'd be the worst person to see a movie with.
A tenth into Russia and then froze to death.
Like, this is so fake. I will not watch it.
They might have had a chance. Had they been led by anyone else, because their best army, their best 5 armies were in Russia on the Ostfront. And when their best field marshal says, all right, winter's setting in, we're starting to get bogged down, let's pull our people back and hold up. And the brilliance of the little mustache guy says, no, Z must push on.
Yeah, but what if they just decided to pull off Russia and hit, I don't know, LA?
How would they get there?
I don't know. It was
we had to have the biggest aircraft carrier in world history called England to get to France.
It's on Prime, I think.
I know.
It used to be.
I want to watch it. It is on there.
But, I saw it so many years ago, so I can't defend it. But Dave said, did you hear about Madonna concert in Brazil while their southern region washed away in an apocalyptic flood? Oh my goodness. Tell me. I didn't hear.
Was it during the Madonna concert? Like half the people washed away?
Oh, he says if they got the bomb first, and yes, we would have surrendered.
No, there was no us surrendering. We could have had a defeat and pull back and build a line in England. But that's not us surrendering.
What if we created camaraderie with Germany and then they turned on us once they were in our country? Something like that.
You mean like Stalin did?
But on our ground.
Close. The Germans couldn't have got here. The Japanese couldn't have got here.
There were planes, right?
Sure. They
there
couldn't
were
have
Germans living here already.
The Germans were unable to take England, our aircraft carrier.
What if their spies overturned our military? Look, it's fake. It's a movie of fiction.
We wouldn't have surrendered.
You actually have to swallow that premise if you're going to watch the series.
And defeat and surrender are two different things. Germany surrendered, which is why we are there. We wouldn't have surrendered. They have no chance of getting here. We surrendered.
Do you consider Vietnam a surrender?
No, that's a defeat.
Because just quitting and taking your toys and
surrender,
going home
surrender is when you lose your land.
Right, which is, again, this isn't a real movie. This isn't a documentary.
So what's this about?
It's a what if. So tell us
what's
about
this
Madonna.
About Madonna's concert in Brazil, where their southern region was washed away in an apocalyptic flood. We should just have Dave call in.
Dave,
we don't have another guest here. I'll send Dave the link.
Dave, put on your face and then join us.
Put on your face.
This is the most talking you ever do, Dave.
He's like, I like to type.
Yeah, so the movie or the show, the idea is that there's like a kind of an underground people trying to get the country back.
Yeah, I had an ex-girlfriend that watched it all the time. I don't really watch a lot of television.
The concept was kind of cool.
But no, it
kept me in, but then by the third season, I was like, nah, and then it quit.
That happens a lot with videos, though, with movies.
Not with me.
Is they're good.
I don't stop.
They're really good, and then third season's usually hot garbage.
Yeah, but did you ever see Lost?
No, I didn't.
I lived my whole life and never seen Lost, and then it came on Netflix. I never really knew anything about it, even though it was everybody talked about it around the water fountain, whatever. And then I watched it, and my goodness, same thing with Game of Thrones. I never paid attention. I never watched it.
I did watch Game of Thrones,
and then I loved Game of Thrones. I loved Lost, but it started to fall.
Well, it happens.
They can only go for so long.
Probably happens because the writers, and they run out of ideas. You know, Game of Thrones was great, but you could tell when they started drifting away from his books and they started rushing and running out of ideas.
Yeah. And then you get something like Seinfeld that quits while it's on top and you're disappointed.
It's a way to do it.
But then again, you don't wreck it.
Yeah. And Seinfeld didn't have to work into a program theory and head somewhere. They just had to think up, what's happening this time? Everyone's got a cold and there's a guy with soup that's not giving them soup. That's what it's about. Or this one's about a car. That's show, How I Met Your Mother, was essentially Friends, and Seinfeld had a stepchild with a really funny gay guy.
That's a show I've never seen. Is it good?
The first couple, okay, Barney is fantastic the whole time. And the first 3 seasons are some of the funniest TV you'll ever watch. But you'll watch it and you'll say, you'll just say, oh, that's a Seinfeld episode. That's a Friends episode. You will the whole time. It's great. I've got to do a bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. So
I'm just getting entertained, or should we take a break?
What do you mean, should we take a break? You entertain. When I come back, you can go to the bathroom, and I'll entertain.
That sounds great.
I also want to grab me a.
How do I get Dave on if he decides to join us?
He pops on right down there. You see the little.
Will you get
the blue toggle?
Me one? Do you have any more?
Yes.
Thank you.
You see the little blue toggle in the top right of our side screen? You click that on this.
All right, Dave. So join me. So during this time, I just want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. We were supposed to have Kelley on from the school board, District 12. I don't know if something got crossed or if he got tied up, but we will try to get him on maybe next week. We are excited, though, because we are having Paul Miller, who is running for Congress, and he will be on next week. So he's joining us at 4:00 next week. And again, if you guys know people that you want to see on the show, reach out to them, DM them, let them know to get in touch with us, or give us their information and we'll get in touch with them. But you know us, if you've seen us before, that we're opposites. We can talk about anything, and we will usually just show off our ADD during every show. Okay, the link, Dave, has been emailed to you. So if you can join us, do it. And he's on a break. We're on a break. So I'm curious, what do you guys think? Because I'm curious. I hear people give positive and negative reviews about Friends being insensitive and inappropriate and these other things. And yet I grew up with Friends. I grew up with Seinfeld. People say you couldn't make that show today because it's inappropriate. And I just don't. I think what we've shown now is that we're in a place where comedy is dying and people are just ridiculous. I cannot wait to talk to our friend Dave. Hey!
Hey!
How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm just delightful here in Florida.
Is there like gators in your backyard and stuff?
Actually, we had a gator in the backyard a couple weeks ago, but he just found a bigger mud puddle, I guess, and moved on.
Okay, my nightmare. I mean, I have to worry about skunks at times where they might be out there, but a big, huge lizard is terrifying.
Yeah, they're all over the place. If there's a body of water or a retention pond, if you're walking your little dog, they'll see you and just like come on over and just start staring you down. It's pretty intense. It's wild.
Did you guys get a little dog yet?
No, but I took my mom's little dog for a walk, and we were sitting by the retention pond, and I'm like watching this little head swim over to my location.
Oh my gosh, it's like a Lunchable. They're just waiting. So I thought we were going to get our wife a cute dog. I thought we agreed.
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
Yeah, we agreed.
I was not part of that equation.
Her and I agreed that we were going to get a dog when we moved to Florida. So,
well,
yeah, don't act like you don't know, because you and I even discussed it. So I guess you're hashtag winning the day.
Yeah,
but
for discussion, Holly.
Uh-oh, Dave's on. Good.
So exciting. So I want to hear about, thank you. I want to hear about what happened with Madonna.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is not a big story in the United States for some reason, but it's a huge happening. So Madonna was catered a free concert in Brazil. So they contracted her, and they put on free concerts over there in Brazil with famous artists with taxpayer funds. And
free, right?
Yeah. And they built a wall in the theater or arena on the beach. It was on the Copacabana beach. They built a wall so that the elites could be closest to Madonna without being exposed to the peasants.
They were up in their favelas.
Don't jump, the unwashed masses.
Yeah, and Madonna was on stage, and she had all these like gay activities going on with a cross and other things like licking the cross and pretending to have vaginal sex with it and things like that.
Wow. Well, hey, isn't that offensive to people in Brazil?
Well, not probably enough, I guess. In the cities, it's that's where your leftist population resides. But
wow.
while this is going on, there's an apocalyptic flood going on in the south of Brazil, which is, for the main part, that is your more wealthy region of Brazil, where all the more Germanic and Italian type civilizations will live. And they're literally getting washed away. I mean, like thousands and thousands of people are affected by this, and it's probably one of Brazil's largest floods. Even without a dam break,
So what happened? Were they having a torrential rain for an extended period and rivers filled up?
I believe it's called God got mad. That's what happened.
Oh, yeah.
They took it out on the south instead of.
That's F around and find out, and Madonna did that.
So right now, Madonna's kind of equated with a satanic ritual because of what she was doing on that stage, and in fact, the bureaucracy of all that's going on is so bad that the trucks are being loaded with supplies donated by very wealthy individuals, like rock stars and personalities from Brazil, Neymar including. Neymar is he's a soccer player, maybe, and he's a very famous soccer player. For those in America that don't know what soccer is, it's where you kick the ball.
It's a child's game where you kick a ball back and forth on a field.
It's also
it looks like a football field.
Football.
Do not speak
it's
that.
It's called the pitch. It's not the field, it's the pitch.
Yeah, so he's a famous child's sport player.
The actual biggest sport in the world.
That's the one. Yes, exactly.
Yes. So the biggest sport in the world that doesn't count.
Have you heard of the World Cup?
So these individuals are providing millions of dollars of supplies and putting it into trucks and sending these trucks down to provide aid. Now,
oh, Patricia, bless her.
What did she say? Was she yelling at me about it?
Oh, she's trying to fill in the gaps, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Again, the capitalist people, the people that produce jobs, that produce everything, that have one, is the one didn't vote for the other part. You guys already know. Is the one taking the whole situation. When the left sees, the majority of them is just over there watching Madonna and just talking about Madonna.
Wow.
So yeah, it's become political. The right-wing activist type individuals that are famous and have wealth and supplies and resources, they load up trucks and planes.
All right, settle down.
Yeah.
Settle down.
Trains, planes, boats, automobiles. Unfortunately, though, even though these supplies are really, really important and need to get there, they didn't fill out the right paperwork.
Oh, Lula got them.
Yeah, now
so the left news organizations are smearing the millionaires that are coming out on social media, particularly X, because that's the one that's not banned in Brazil.
But X, wasn't Brazil going after X a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, they are.
We can't let her know that we can't hear her. It's just echoey.
It doesn't matter.
Turn your phone sideways and bring her over. She can sit next to you.
Yeah, right now you're pretty narrow. Can you do a sideways, or will it hurt our
Let me
call?
see what I can do.
Oh yeah, well.
There we go.
Oh, look at you.
Is that better?
Man, is that sun on your face? You lucky man.
It is hot over here in Florida, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, do tell.
How's your pet gator doing?
The gator's missing. I haven't seen him in weeks.
Oh.
Is that what happened to the dog we were gonna get?
Maybe it's too hot down there. He's like, man.
You're like, sorry, I had a surprise for you, but yeah, this is why you can't have these surprises in this state.
I executed the dog through putting him in the gator pit.
All right, Christy, settle down. Okay, so basically the left is stopping the supplies going to the people who desperately need it. This sounds a lot like Maui, and they're covering it up, I assume, and the right is now gone on to X, and they're exposing this And now what's happened?
Well, I guess the news is redacting any information that they were smearing these activists with, because originally they were going after these activists, stating that they're fake news, that they're lying. This is not occurring. Unfortunately for them, these wealthy people have news medias of their own or capabilities of their own,
And
they
paperwork.
And receipts, right?
They recorded all the incidences with the government shutting their operation down, and they went on X with it. So it's become very politicized. Well, people are suffering and dying down there because they can't get aid properly or efficiently, and it's become a political issue, kind of like COVID.
How many people died at this flood? I mean, before the helpers came, or
Nobody
didn't?
knows. No, it's not a known.
300 something cities.
Yeah, over 300 cities are affected by this flood. So
Well,
that's the scope of what's going on. And all this happens while Madonna's doing her concert.
don't invite Satanists into your country. That's pretty simple.
A country that
Isn't
is-
she living in France now? Let her stay there. Or she's England. She talks with a British accent now.
I always thought, and just tell me if I'm wrong, but the Brazilian culture, aren't they normally Catholics with strong family values? And
And she's against the Catholics.
Yes, they're very, very Catholic, and they're very, very, very conservative. You think Brazilians are going to the beach without clothes on? That's not actually true. What Brazilians believe, most Brazilians, they're very religious. They're very family orientated, and
I thought so. I mean, I've always thought that about Brazil is a very, very Catholic society. That's makes it even worse that she would go there and placate to the devil and think that's fine. She's trying so hard to be relevant. Like she is. Have you noticed?
well, she made $17 million doing what she did. So
At this free concert.
she didn't donate any money to the flood victims, however, that I'm
Well,
aware.
that would undo her work for Satan. I mean, you know.
She did a good job that day, I guess.
And she's
Yeah.
been doing this in her shows. I mean, Like a Prayer was that when that came out, that song, I mean, back in the 90s, that song, the whole video came out. And I remember they showed her video on prime time, sponsored by Pepsi. And it was so blasphemous that it caused a ton of controversy. And then some of her shows were doing the same thing. And it made people, it was like Taylor Swift in some of her shows right now, where they think is coming across as very satanic in some of her performances on stage, that it's making parents back up from letting their kids listen. And that was still happening when I was young, back in the day when rocks were new. And Madonna was that person that parents were like, oh, okay, back it up. She's not borderline anymore. This is the Like a Virgin, Like a Prayer. These type of songs made it so parents weren't letting you see their shows or watch their videos.
Well, our parents were shocked by the likes of like Marilyn Manson. Remember that guy? I mean, he was supposed to be like the satanic devil worshiper back then. Now he's just like no different than the guy at Dunkin' Donuts in the drive-thru, and you wouldn't even notice him walking down the street.
Yeah, he's not a spectacle anymore.
Today's date, the ante has been risen a few feet above standard satanicism. It's very, very.
Marilyn Manson was somebody, and still is somebody, that has quite a brain in his head. That man is very smart, and he's very literate. And I would have never realized until I've seen a couple interviews with him where, yes, he was blamed for kids hurting themselves. He was blamed for kids hurting other people. It was his music, and he worships the devil and this and that. And he, in these interviews, actually corrected them and said, no, I don't. And freedom of speech is something real. And you need to understand what, you should be able to take responsibility for yourself. and your actions. But this, to me, I cannot imagine watching someone absolutely disrespect my culture, my religion, while my people are dying in a different part of the region. That just is so insane to me that she can be so out of touch.
Yeah, and all the while making more money than we'll ever see in our lives, doing just that. More money, not Bitcoin, just more money.
So isn't she like in her 60s or late 60s?
I haven't a clue.
I think she's in her early 60s.
I think she's in her fourth molting.
Our guest asked if it's too late.
No, it'll be fine.
No, it's never too late.
Okay.
We've still got an hour.
And by the way, who is your guest today? I didn't catch.
Cole Kelley's running for USBE 12.
Okay, and then who took Tim Jimenez's spot? Did we fill that yet?
It's probably going to be Nicolene Peck.
She's 65 years old. Madonna is. So she's up for retirement, and I bet you money she's taking Social Security.
I apologize. She's in her fifth molting. I was incorrect.
Tim,
do you think when she sheds her skin, she does like a shake out of it, like spiders do?
So Tim has decided not to seek a second term, and Nicolene Peck, who's an extraordinary human and with an extraordinary background, she's amazing. She's actually filed to run, and she's won our nomination by acclamation. So I'm not sure if Democrats are challenging her or not, but she recently had new grandbabies, twins, and so she is helping her daughter with the toddler at home while the babies are there. So we're going to get her on the show to talk about her past, her history, because this woman... She's
wrote a couple books on families and stuff. I really want to dig into that with her.
She's up at the Capitol every session fighting for education and kids and families, and she's for women. She's in a women organization.
She's not going to cause any floods. We're just saying that.
She's fascinating.
Before Kelley jumps on here, Dave, tell me about
we'll take him at 5.
You were heavily involved in politics up here. Have you gotten ingrained in politics down there, or are you taking a break?
Jared, it is a population of 22 million people here in Florida. Maybe,
wow.
We don't even break 4 million in Utah. I mean,
yeah, we're just over 3, I think.
Yeah, I feel like a face in the crowd out here when we talk about activities, and I don't think they have a delegate system, which is a shame because.
But I'm gonna work in elections.
But Patricia is attempting to work in the elections, so she put in a form, and they're going to train her if they take her.
To work in voting day and be somebody that works at the voting
pollster.
How cool! Good for you.
Yeah, I think that's great for her. And I do plan on becoming active when Marco Rubio runs for senator, because I don't like him very much, and I really would love to see him dethroned.
Why? So that's kind of probably a loaded question, but I don't know many people that dislike Marco, little Marco.
The Latino communists from the magical island of Utopia that are for protectionist economies are usually the people on my special list. I have a thing for them for some reason. I really like my products being infused with sugar instead of corn syrup, and he's one of the biggest advocates for defending the communist policies of our current big sugar government system. And
don't you mean big high fructose corn syrup government? Because if we use real sugar, it'd actually be healthier than that corn syrup stuff, I heard.
How that works is the sugar farmers petition the government to have protectionist policies against foreign invasion of sugar imports. And it becomes a socialist system where certain countries that are in favoritism get special chits that allow them to import X amount of sugar at certain prices with certain high tariffs on them.
And also it restricts the supply, which drives the demand and price up.
Right. And then the American sugar growers force Coca-Cola to use corn syrup instead of sugar. And other candy factories leave the country. Basically, it's forcing our food to be infused with corn syrup because of the false economy that it creates.
Hey, but also our government subsidized so many corn farms and corn itself, and that high fructose corn syrup is a product of that. That's why the government loves it. And yet most Americans don't understand when you go to Europe and you see this beautiful cake that's made in a bakery and you look at it, it looks like it's going to be so sweet. It's not. It's not as sweet as if you were to make it with the fructose corn syrup. It's actually made with real sugar. And most sugary substances are banned with that high fructose corn syrup is banned in a lot of parts of Europe because they say that it feeds cancer and it's highly unhealthy.
And also Marco Rubio is for the NSA spying on us with that FISA Act, and I know our Congress lady was probably also one who voted for that, but
yeah, Celeste voted for it. We asked her about it.
I can no longer trust Jared anymore because of that act, and I don't know if you know why, but the FBI can conscript Jared as a handyman to force him to spy on
yeah,
without them being able to tell me that Jared's spying on me. So Jared has no choice. If they conscript him, he has to work for them and spy for them as he goes into clients' residencies. And
it's
this Jared?
Yeah. We are losing. I should say we have lost our nation. They're just driving the last nail.
I don't understand that. What does he mean? Is that being a joke or?
Jared could be spying on you right now because he's a servant of the economy that can go in to people's residencies, and those people can be
your job. Wow.
Yeah, that's a thing now. So that with that bill, people like Jared can now be hijacked by the FBI or CIA and forced to spy on us. And it's just to the point where it's crazy. Where I ask my representatives to not vote for the crazy stuff. They don't listen to me. And Marco Rubio has always been a protectionist. He's not a freedom economist type individual like Ayn Rand or I'm sorry, Rand Paul.
Or Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand is
Ayn
also.
Rand. That's a really good plug. You guys, if you haven't seen her book or read or seen the movies, read her book or seen the movies, go read Ayn Rand.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to get citizenship until you read Atlas Shrugged. But so when he steps up to the plate again, I might look at the other guy and see what he's made out of and help him out. But until then, I've kind of taken my siesta for politics.
I'll bet that's pleasant though, taking a break from it.
Yes, it's pleasant enough. I follow it.
Yeah, but I think too, though, when you're involved, you at least feel like your voice may matter more than if you're just an onlooker and you're just seeing it, and you probably get more frustrated if you can't actually look at the candidate face to face and tell them what the issues are and what you expect from them. I mean, I think
very few people
get to be a delegate.
Very few people get to meet the candidate face to face. Celeste Malloy, we asked her about that. She broke my heart. She came on the show and said, I will not vote to re-up FISA. And she did vote for it. And we had her on that very week, and she tried to explain it, but it didn't work.
What happened was there was a white van parked out in front of her house one day.
Yeah.
Something happened. I don't know what.
Yeah, that or they took her into they used to call it a smoke-filled room, but now I think it's a vape cloud-filled room.
Will you check your email to make sure? I got to confirm that he got the email. So Dave, tell me what it's like with Governor DeSantis. Do you see any pros, cons? Like, is there something really great having a governor like him? Is he Is he actively involved now, or is he kind of stepped away because of the election? And
He's so much better than Governor Cox. But I mean, I'm still hoping one day he'll take my advice and put illegal immigrants in labor camps and have them fill my pop.
wow.
Wow. Doing all right.
Can we just not call them camps? Maybe
David's
just put them in a job program?
David's going hard in the paint.
Jeez.
I
just want to give them what they want.
We do miss you, friend.
All right. David, we got Cole here now. Do you want to hop off or do you want to hang out with us?
You guys continue on with the work of God.
Okay. All right. Dave, good to see you, bro. We'll talk to you soon.
Ciao, ciao.
All right. Oh, all right. Cole, you there?
I am. Yeah.
All right.
And been at a baseball game. So.
Hey, Cole, could you turn your phone sideways so we get a view of you? There we go. Thank you, friend.
Right. Baseball game, kids ball game, or what do you got?
Yes. Yep. My son's junior in high school. So yeah.
Oh, well, thanks for being here. Sorry if we had miscommunication today about time and everything.
No, it's okay. It was my fault, and I'm happy to join you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Holly, and this is Jared, and we appreciate you being on the show today. We actually were told about you last week during our show, which is what got us to get involved and communicate with you. So we're really happy you're running for District 12 for school board. And tell us why you're doing something crazy like that.
I know, huh? I actually am a school teacher. I've been teaching for 27 years. The last 17 years, I've been at American Fork High School, and the 10 years prior to that, I was at Orem High School. But I've watched in education a gradual decline really over the last 23 years, but I've told people the last 4 years there's been nothing gradual about it. It's been a steep decline, and I'm not somebody that sits by and just watches. So I figured it's time to get involved and really try to change the direction of education and where we're headed.
Can you spell out for me kind of what the decline is you've seen?
Yeah, one of the biggest things right now in education that's going on is that we're not holding kids accountable. And I've dealt with teenage kids for 27 years, and you give them a little bit of rope, they'll you've heard the old saying, right? You give them an inch, I'll take a foot. We've really got to kind of rein in accountability in the classroom and make sure that the focus in our classrooms and focus in education is the learning. Right now, you'll hear principals, you'll hear administrators, you'll hear districts just bragging about their graduation rates, and we're at a 97% graduation rate. And great graduation, I think, is an important step, but if you're graduating kids for the sake of graduating and they're not learning anything in the process, then what good is that degree? And we're pushing kids through the system, and we're not, and kids are lacking in their learning.
You brought up a good point, holding kids accountable, and yet when you don't hold a kid accountable, what you do is you raise an adult that's not accountable. And you just mentioned a number of adults who are not being accountable. And it's a vicious cycle. And right now, what you're seeing, like you said, we're graduating you, but you don't have the basic knowledge to read, do math, and all the things you're going to need to be a prosperous and I don't know, independent adult. And it's a circle now. It's a vicious circle. We're raising these kids, and you as teachers are getting our kids 8 hours a day out of their lives. And you're literally being told what to teach and do it this way. And yet you became a teacher probably because you want to influence and you want to teach kids about, I don't know, critical thinking and how they can best come up with decisions and answers to their questions and seek knowledge. And yet it seems like good teachers are just being blocked at every corner because there's a specific way they should be teaching.
You know, and that's 100% what you just said, I think is key. We have good teachers. There are good teachers in our system. But part of what's happening right now is, I'm not going to pretend to know what you guys' ages are, right? But I'm going to say when I went to school, I graduated from high school in 1991. So it's been a while. But when we went
93.
to school, all right, there you go. But when I went to school, you'd bring home, first day of class, you'd bring home a disclosure document. And that disclosure document would clearly outline what the rules of the class are, what the expectations were. The student would sign it, the parent would sign it, the parent, would make sure that they know this is what the expectations are in this classroom. And really, in a lot of ways, the administrators in the system right now are undermining teachers. The teachers are not allowed to enforce their own policies that they're trying to, implement into their classroom, and it completely undermines the learning in the classroom. And then you get administrators coming to teachers really with a lot of pressure. I've been in the classroom for 27 years, and so I'm not easily bullied by administrators. I'll just say that. All right. And I'm not easily bullied by anybody really, but, when an administrator comes to me and says, hey, we need you to do this, this, or this, I'll make a judgment based on what I think is best for the student. But if you're a brand new teacher and you've got a principal or an assistant principal coming down to your room and saying, hey, what can we do to pass this student? And the student doesn't deserve to pass, they're almost being pressured into passing them, despite the fact that they haven't earned a grade in the class. And the key word there is earn.
Right.
Grade,
Do you know what do you teach? What subject?
I teach financial literacy, so it's a personal finance class.
They still teach that in school?
So
you must be teaching like postgraduate
requirements. So
that's great to know. Do you know? You mentioned in college they give you a syllabus when you start the quarter, and that syllabus not only includes here's the outline of what you're going to be learning, but it also includes the expectations of that teacher. Show up, attend your labs, don't be late. My kids get the same thing for their classes. They go to a charter here in Tooele County, but my son's gym teacher, he put this out, and these are the expectations. I will not accept late. I will not accept this and this and this. Assignments, you can make it up within 1 week. All these things are signed at the beginning of the year. So that when my child is like, well, why can't I get a better grade than a C? Can I do extra work? And he says, refer to the outline I gave you at the beginning of the year, the commitment you signed.
Right.
And it was like, well, there you go. That's absolutely an opportunity, a learning opportunity for kids to understand basic contracts. For example, a basic contract you agreed to when you began this class. And now that it's not working for you, you don't get to bow out. You need to follow the contract. I think it's important, and it's lost.
Yeah. And part of what happened, the State Board of Education used to have a requirement. It was 180 days and 990 hours. Okay. The 990 hours went out with COVID. So right now there's 180 days that are required, but there's no hours that are required. No certain number of hours. And I've heard arguments, both for and against, why to keep that out or why not to keep that out. But the bottom line is that we're we're allowing kids to miss lots and lots of school, and then kids and even parents are still expecting kids to pass classes, I've had administrators come down to my classroom and say, hey, what can you do to work with this student? And oftentimes there's circumstances behind that student that might be tragic, might be sad. But if you've got a student that's been to your class 2 times all semester long, my reply is have them go take the class online, because you can't ask me to pass a student that's been to my class 2 times the entire semester.
Right. There's consequences for not showing up.
Sure.
Well, yeah, and then that's putting your integrity on the line.
Yeah.
Especially where you're teaching a life skill, it's,
Yeah. Yeah. And the administrators, they got a lot of pressure on them, but again, I get very frustrated with administrators. I'm going to tell you a story of a peer of mine, a teacher whose administrator came down, said to them, hey, we need you to work with this student. It's graduation in a week. They failed your class last term. What can you do to work with this student? And he's like, the student showed up to my class 1 time all semester long. They don't deserve a grade in my class. And the assistant principal persisted and persisted and persisted. And the teacher finally said, here's my username and password to my grade book. If you want to go in and change his grade, you're welcome to, but I'm not going to do it. A week later, that teacher saw that student walking. Okay. And he went back and checked his grade book, and sure enough, his grade had been changed.
Do you think that's just to keep the numbers up?
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
Is
And
it so?
to
It's
give them
just
their money.
to call successes no matter what.
Yeah. Now we can brag. We can brag about our graduation rate and how awesome our graduation rate is. But again, what did we teach you while you were there?
Yeah, you taught people that it's okay to be liars, and
Yeah.
you also took money. These guys take money from the taxpayers for that child being in that classroom, and yet they're not there. So
Right.
that's horrendous. So what I learned during this whole thing, because we've got 2 people running in our district. The incumbent, Matt Hymas, who, full disclosure, is the principal of my child's school,
Yeah.
and so I see his work at the school in real time. And we have Monica Wilbur, who's running, and she's what we've learned. I think she's been on our show a couple times, and Matt's been on once, but it seems to me the most powerful job is actually the school district, because the local school district, your job as a school board member is to create the standards, and then it's the school district's job to implement the standard for the district,
Right.
and administrators follow that. And yet somewhere it's lost in translation. Or do you think the state school board is actually this problem? Do you think they're not doing something correctly?
I 100%. I don't think they're doing a lot of things correctly, which is why I chose to throw my hat in. Part of the reason why, how you can tell that the State Board of Education is not doing their job, it's similar to, I'm going to use this analogy and then I'll tie that in. But right now at the federal level, we have an issue with immigration, right?
Small one.
Yeah.
Small
right.
one. It's rather imperceptible if you're not looking hard.
Right. But it really would not matter. And this is why, the politics that they play with, not passing the immigration bill or whatever. It doesn't matter what our legislature does. There's already laws in place.
Right.
And we have an executive branch that is not enforcing those laws. Right. And so right now we've got a state legislature that has continued to pass bills concerning education to try to fix some of the things that we're seeing, try to fix some of the problems that we're experiencing. And the State Board of Education is not doing a good job of then taking and implementing, those rules into policy and into rule, And so you've really got, I think, a very similar situation in that I think that the State Board of Education has been absent of enforcing the rules, many of them that already exist in our system.
So which area is your district cover? Like what cities?
Yeah, so it's actually very interesting, but mine covers Linden, Vineyard, Orem, and then it goes out to Wasatch County, Duchesne County, Uintah County, and Daggett.
Oh,
That makes sense.
that
All
drags
makes
you all the way
sense.
to the Colorado border.
Correct. Yes.
Now, can you let me ask some inside baseball? Would you be able to stay a teacher and do this? Do they allow that?
Yes. Yeah.
Now,
There's currently, I think, 2 teachers that are on the board.
Would you be able to be on the district, on the USBE district that you work in, or would you have to try to transfer schools out of that?
Say that again. No,
let's say now
the school that I teach at is not in the district that I live in and where I run in. But
yeah, I understand that. But if it were, would it cause a conflict there?
No. I don't know why it would.
I don't know. I think that'd be awesome. Like your boss at the school has to come groveling to you on.
So tell me, this recent legislation that's passed this past session deals with DEI. It deals with CRT, deals with a lot of the trans bathroom situation and all of that. Where do you see the standards, and if you win, what do you see you can do as far as implementing some good standards for schools? Because you have a really keen sense, you're working there every single day. You're not distanced from it. You're seeing it every single day. Now you know this new legislation that's come in. Tell me how you could see it benefiting, these new legislation laws benefiting in schools right now.
Well, here's the bottom line, and what I ran, one of the important parts of what I think we need to do in education is get back to the basics, right? We got a lot of fluff that's going on in our schools, and this DEI and the CRT and a lot of this woke curriculum that's being pushed into our schools is just a lot of fluff, right?
It's all vanity projects.
Yeah, and you'll hear a lot of folks say, "Oh, that's not happening in our schools," and this is where though you've got to really understand what's happening in terms of just the subtleties of what's going on. It is absolutely happening, and there are in a handful of situations activist teachers,
right,
that are pushing these types of things. You guys probably remember a few years ago the viral video of the teacher in Lehigh where she's telling the students, your parents are stupid, they don't know what they're
yes
talking. The thing that to me was really striking about that video is that to me it was obvious that this teacher had gotten away with that for a very long time.
Right.
This was not the first time she had done that, right? She had been pushing this ideology for many, many years, and she was so bold that she was 100% confident that she was going to get away with it again, right? And quite frankly, I think that she probably would have had it not gone viral.
That's pathetic.
The cell phones are changing the world.
Well, COVID also.
Sure.
Because parents got an overhead view of what their kid was learning online that maybe they didn't expect. Like, wait a minute, what is this teacher talking about me for?
And she wasn't a brand new teacher. She had been a teacher for a long time,
Correct.
At least 10 years, unless she started when she was way older.
No, yeah, and I've talked with parents and I've talked with coworkers that were at the school where she was at, and this was not something new, right? And so, you know, it's that type of thing that we've really got to step back and you know, I'm a school teacher. I've been teaching for 27 years, and there's something to be said for job security, because you know, certainly we don't want to be running teachers off left and right just because of one thing or another. But we've got to create a situation where if you're an activist teacher pushing your ideology onto students, no matter what your ideology is, you need to be out of the teaching profession.
So what, did she have an ally in the administration? Because you're not wrong. I mean, this is a different statistic, but they believe that most DUIs, this person has done DUI at least 80 times before their first actual charge. And the same thing for this lady. If she's emboldened by this behavior and she's too big to fail because she's gotten away with it so many times, has the administration, how many times? Let me finish. Are they forgiving her, and she's just giving her a pat on the back or a slap on the wrist prior, but now that it's viral, now they have to do something public?
Yeah, well, here's and it's the problems are multifaceted, really, but and I'm going to put blame where I think blame deserves to be put, and that is on the teachers union. I grew up in a home with a steel worker. My dad worked at Geneva Steel when I was growing up. He was a union guy. You know, I grew up, looking at unions, seeing some of the value that unions can bring to the worker. But the teachers union is no longer looking out for the worker. They are looking out for their political advocacy. I've told people, in 4 years, when I get elected to the board, in 4 years, teachers will love me. The teachers union will hate me even worse than they already do. And I think that the teachers union is a big part of the problem of what's happening with allowing poor teaching to exist in our classroom. They're protecting poor teachers. They're protecting teachers who are advocating for these types of ideas, and that's where we've got to stand up to this powerful organization. I've been standing up against my teachers union really since I started my career, and it's a battle, but they're extremely powerful. You look at our governor and how much influence the union has on our governor. You look at even our legislature that generally speaking is a fairly conservative legislature, but they still wield a lot of power up there.
Well, they should be. I mean, we have the Republican majority there, and yet some of the stuff that can't get passed, or that gets passed with so much compromise in it, you would think that it was a 50-50 split up there.
Right.
And it's not.
Yeah. So, they've created a scenario where it's very difficult to get rid of a teacher.
Is there tenure for high school?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's one of our problems in colleges too.
After 3 years. Yep.
Do you think we would be better off if the union maybe wasn't a national? Because I'm not anti-union. I like the voice unions can provide. I'm not pro-union either. I'm ambivalent. But do you think it'd be better if the union was maybe a state localized union instead of a centralized union located out of DC?
Well, see, and you bring up a good point. There needs to be advocacy groups for teachers, and there needs to be advocacy groups for workers, no matter the industry, right? But see, and this is this is something that I really want my school teacher peers to really understand is, on a national level, the National Education Association and really the UEA, which is the Utah Education Association, they're locked arms. And so really, I don't feel like our UEA is any less liberal than the NEA, the National Education Association. But they if you read their bylaws and you read what they stand for, you read whose campaigns they donate to. It is one of the most left-leaning organizations that's out there. And when you join as a union member, no matter what school district you're in Utah, you are paying dues to your local association, you're paying dues to the state association, and you're paying dues to the national association. And so all three of those get your dollars when you pay your membership. And there's no way that I'll pay a dime into that organization, because they don't deserve my money, number one, but two, just what they're advocating for doesn't line up with conservative values. And
do they claim to be separate? Is that a claim they make, that they're separate entities?
No, they don't even try to make that claim.
Well,
No.
and with your values, what you believe in is so conservative in a certain area of the state. So even though they're a Utah agency, how we are in Tooele County or parts of rural or Orem, for example, conservatism has a whole different, it's a different representation even there. So locally, the more local that you are, you should have representation there for you. Do you get to choose then if you join this union or not? And it has always been that way?
Yeah, you do get to choose. But that's the thing that's in policy right now, like in most school districts, is that the school districts are negotiating exclusively with these union reps and with the union. So school teachers, there's often two main reasons why people will join the union, the teachers union, and one of them is for liability protection. And I've tried to really help people understand there's lots of ways for you to get liability protection without having to join the union. But the second is because they do exclusively negotiate with the individual districts, the contracts that teachers have with that district. So the union is negotiating the benefits, they're negotiating the retirement, they're negotiating pay scale and salary scales, and there's no other voices at the table. And that's one of the things that I think is just truly a crime, is that there's no other voice at the table in those negotiations.
And that should be your school board's voice, both state and local. Your members of the school board, elected, accountable people, should be negotiating for the teacher, for the student, for the parents.
Right. Those local school boards are in those negotiations, but what I'm saying is that the teachers are only represented by
Gotcha.
the union.
What type of liabilities do you have to protect yourself?
It depends if you're a Grantsville High School football coach or not. But
yeah, and you bring up coaching. I'm a wrestling coach, and so there's certainly a different liability that you have as a coach than in the classroom. But there's all kinds of things that can happen in the classroom, and kids can accuse you of things, and and you've got to be able to have a way to represent yourself if a student came after you with a false accusation, or even sometimes you've got principals that may make an accusation against you, and you might need representation. So that's expensive on a teacher's salary, even to pay for a lawyer, especially if you're not guilty of anything. And I'm one of those people that would be just fine if every classroom had a camera in it all the time, because I think a lot of teachers would behave, or at least follow laws that way.
Or be
more
protected.
Students, yeah. False accusations from students may stop.
Here's what we need to figure out, because I don't mind you putting a camera in my classroom, but there are sensitive things in terms of the students, right?
Right. A child feeling comfortable to open up.
If you're having the students take turns reading, and a student doesn't read as quickly as maybe some of the other students, I don't know that student would want that to be out there for everybody to see, you know.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and so there's certain things that we got to kind of try to be careful about protecting the privacy of our kids. Having all of the discussions, all the dialogue that's taking place in a classroom, public, you know, but I think there's a balance. I think there's a way that we can create the transparency, because I'm certainly in favor of the transparency without compromising the privacy of our students.
Well, that's another thing. You're also mandatory reporters, and which is important because you are with kids all the time. But if a child is being recorded, they may not be feeling open to go to you with something that you would normally help them with, but they wouldn't. And maybe that would be dangerous. Where do you, I mean, is there anyone on the board you see yourself working well with? Have you gotten to know the current school board members? And do you see that, you know, there are some you can work with and actually get some good policies?
Absolutely. I have kind of said that throughout my campaign that I feel like there are 4 good conservatives on the board right now, and that I think are in line with my values in terms of what I stand for. I don't always agree with how they go about it, but I think ideologically I line up with them.
Would you name them or no?
What's that?
Would you name them?
Yeah, Christina Bogus, Emily Green, Joe Carey, and Natalie Klein are the 4 that I actually feel like are conservative. And so, you know, I think that those individuals, I think, have been standing for on the right side of most issues. Natalie's no longer going to be on the board when I if I take office in in January. But there's definitely, I think, board members that I look forward to working with. And I do think that this upcoming election, one of the things that we've got to, as conservatives, we've got to do a better job of is we pay attention to the big races. We pay attention to the president of the United States, and we pay attention to the Senate race and the Congress race. And we're looking at Trent Staggs, and we're looking at, you know, Mike Kennedy and J.R. Byrd, and we're focusing on those things. And in the meantime, the left focuses on the local races.
Right. So true.
And,
the ones that actually affect your life.
Yeah. And so when you look at Alpine School District, for example, and I'm just going to give you Alpine School District, where I teach, you know, we have 7 board members in Alpine School District. And I think Alpine School District in the area it covers is probably a pretty red area, right? Comparatively speaking with the rest of the country. And our local board, I would say 5 out of the 7 on that board are far from conservative, you know?
Yeah. And you can't run partisan, so you don't have to tell
Correct.
anyone how you vote, but your actions do it for you.
Correct.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't pay as close attention to their school board race or their.
It's like one of the most important jobs on the planet.
City council race.
Districts, man.
Can I drag you off into the weeds for a minute and ask you about? It feels like an outsider looking in. It seems like there's been a modern Marxist takeover of education over the last 20 years. And what does it look like on the inside? What's your thoughts on that statement?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've for the first 23 years of my career, I watched this gradual decline. And over the last 4 years, it hasn't been gradual at all. It's almost like they don't even try to hide anymore. And you know, I love my job. I love the teaching industry. I love a lot of my peers, but teachers are some of the most risk adverse people that you'll ever meet. And they like the job security. They like the protection. But part of, you know, part of what we're seeing 100%, I think, that it's been subtle. I don't think it anymore. It's subtle at all. But yeah, it's this ideology that it's the government's job to fix our problems, and that's what we've struggled with really in education, in my opinion, is, school teachers, they may be conservative, some of them in a lot of ways, but they're so used to having the government fix their problems that they don't really understand, how shutting down our economy impacts the small business,
Yeah.
and I didn't worry for a day during COVID whether or not I was going to get a paycheck. I knew my paycheck was coming, but in the meantime, I run a couple of events that are big events, and those events were in jeopardy of being shut down. I had to jump through hundreds of hoops to even pull those events off. The one year, my largest event that I run, they didn't allow spectators.
Oh, maybe he'll come back on.
It looks like he's still connected, right? Yeah.
Oh, there he is. We lost you for a second.
I
there.
work for a racetrack. Can you hear me? I can hear. We can see you now. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Cole? Oh, he may be fighting through it. Yeah, it's
So he's saying because they're government employees, they don't have that risk of missing a paycheck.
all right.
Whereas here, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay.
I brought my dad to the baseball game, and he's trying to find me.
Well, no, you got to take. No, there's nothing better than when you take the grandpa to the ball game. Nothing better on earth. No, it's you're. I said this in the beginning of COVID, and hopefully people listen to me. But COVID is our reaction to COVID is an economy destroyer. And I think we're finding that out the hard way.
Well,
it's an economy. It's a destroyer, and we did every wrong move we could have done. We did as a nation, as a state, as a region, as cities.
You made a really great point. Is teachers are used to that paycheck, and people in the private sector like Jared and I were. I mean, I work for a racetrack, so trust me when you say, I understand you have an event without spectators, that will destroy your event. It's mainly how you profit. Right. And we're on 511 acres. I could separate people. We could check temperatures, and I'm battling an unelected bureaucrat for the health department for our right to make money and profit from our business. So when teachers hear that, they may not understand because they get a paycheck. They're government employees. And when the government gets so big, where it's the number one employer in the country, well, then those people don't have a clue what it's like to try to make a payroll, what it's like to try to insure people with these new regulations on healthcare. I mean, how to hire people who are qualified from the pool that is given to us through our education system. I mean, there's a lot attached to that.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, like I don't know when I got cut off, and I apologize before that, but yeah, I when, like you say, when I can't have spectators at my event, it's a huge hit to my event. We played around with some things. We figured it out. I run a large wrestling tournament. It's called the Rockwell Rumble, but
oh, cool. Hey, turn your phone sideways and we get a better view of you. Can you do that?
My bad. Yeah, you said that, and
awesome.
Okay. But
Rockwell, that's awesome.
But anyways, when that happened, we had to get creative. I had to figure out ways that I could get parents in to let them watch their kids, but ultimately we had them volunteer and help us keep score and help us do a whole bunch of other things, which it helped offset some of the costs and some of the overhead. But but we
And you
made
made
it
them
work.
essential workers.
Yeah.
You had to turn out how to make them essential workers so they could be there. And yet
Yeah.
people could riot in the streets of downtown by the hundreds of thousands. They didn't have to, they couldn't sit next to somebody at a wrestling event. Yeah, it all made a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah. My son, that was my son's senior year too.
That's
I mean,
horrible.
you want to talk about, just some of the ridiculous things that we did with kids. It was frustrating. So
what do you think the differences are? Okay, I'm going to do some prefacing. I remember growing up thinking that my dad's a troglodyte. I'm learning so much more than him. But then as I've gotten older and listened to him and stories he told, even, he graduated high school in 74. So, and I listened to it and they were learning more advanced stuff then. Oh, might have dropped him again. Are you still there?
Is your dad looking for you?
Uh,
He's probably answering the phone.
Yeah, he's probably getting a call. He'll be back. Are you there? Well, it's fun dealing with this, but like I thought my dad, they couldn't. We know so much more, in the 90s when I went to school, and then
we learned a lot of real basic, important stuff.
Okay, you're back
without the fluff.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, nothing to apologize for.
Every time a new call keeps trying to come through on my phone, it does that, and I don't know what's going on.
It's okay. We'll just get used to you have to jump off and jump back on.
And actually, Cole, we could do another interview with you. We can set it up. You can come in studio, or we can do it when you're home with your office or whatever.
No, yeah, we'll have to do that, but because I'm trying to multitask here, and I apologize.
It's life. It's not a big deal, man.
How was this whole thing with you, with the delegates? How was that? Talking to parents, talking to people, and hearing from their perspective.
2 years ago, I ran for the Alpine Board of Education, and I loved the process of running. I lost that race. But what I decided is that even though I lost, I'm not afraid to fail, and I'm going to throw my hat in again. And I think that race did a lot to help prepare me for this one. But my favorite part of the process is talking to the voters and hearing from them and listening to their thoughts and where they stand on issues. And this campaign and this time around has not been any different. I've really enjoyed the process. When I looked at this race and I looked at the seat that I was going to be running for, I live in Vineyard, and I told you my area covers kind of Orem, Vineyard, Linden, but it goes out to Wasatch County, out to Duchesne County and Uintah County. And I may live in Vineyard, but man, my politics line up more with those folks out in Uintah County than it does Utah County, I think.
Yeah,
the
oil
more than
diggers.
Utah County.
Yeah. So
Utah County's rather purple.
It's getting purple.
Yeah, and Provo.
Really
I mean, the closer you are to BYU, the more communist it is.
That is what a lot of college places are, though.
But I want to go back to that question. This is kind of an overall question, but when I was in high school, I thought my dad, they couldn't have learned as much as me because we know so much more. And then as I grew older and he showed me the slide rule and I learned how to use that and the stuff he learned. It seemed like they were learning more advanced stuff in the 70s than we were in the 90s on just the general education.
They were learning important things.
And then,
there were no social justice issues.
And then I wonder, what is your thoughts as a individual who graduated in the 90s? What is your thoughts of the overall health of education now in the 2020s? Do you think that, because I started to get a feeling like the general education kept dropping, and maybe I'm wrong. maybe that's just my perspective because
You're not wrong. I'll say that right off the bat. One of my favorite books, and I actually read this in my finance class, is The Richest Man in Babylon. And in The Richest Man in Babylon, he says, you can learning from experience and talking to people who have experience is like using the stars to guide you, right? They're fixed, and there's fixed principles that you can learn from. And then he goes on to say, but when you learn from the youth, it's like the falling stars. They look really pretty, but their light's going to. Part of one of my philosophies as a coach is I focus with my teams on the basics, and we're going to do the basics better than anybody in the state. And we've had a lot of success in that philosophy. Do the basics better than everybody else. And what's happening in education, like you said, we've gone so far away from the basics. I'm teaching a financial literacy class, and I just to get kids to change a decimal into a percentage or a percentage into a decimal, they struggle with basic concepts like that. When I'm trying to teach them about compounding interest and I'm trying to teach them how interest works, they struggle with basic math concepts. And so we're teaching math concepts in these math classes that are so far beyond, what I've ever needed to use in my life, but they can't even calculate some of the basic functions of, figuring out how a decimal works and figuring out how to compound interest.
I can't believe that they don't memorize multiplication and this Common Core stuff. I'm trying to help my child do their homework in second grade, and I have to watch a YouTube tutorial because the simplicity that we had as kids, you memorized your times tables so that you could remember them in a quick second.
You might have. I had to kick my shoes off.
They're going up to 10 and they're coming down from the 10, and you're just like, why are you taking all these needless steps?
Well, this financial literacy, this is something that's going to touch their life every day until they put them in the ground.
The second they turn 18.
Every day it's going to, and like I remember in high school saying, algebra, that's BS. Why do I have to learn this?
I haven't used it yet.
Putting an alphabet in my math. I became an Army sniper, and okay, that's all you do. All day long, every day. That's all you do.
Algebra, really?
Yep.
Oh, see.
The whole time.
I didn't become an Army sniper.
Well, I was the police sniper for the Army. But
another day without algebra.
But no, you lay down and you've got to line out
everything.
How far is everything all day long. And it's an algebraic calculation.
Do you have 20/20 vision?
I used to.
I wonder what that's like.
I actually used to have vision. I had 2015. I had.
Oh, excuse me, Governor.
Yeah, I had a little bit better, but now
so when you play video games, do you always choose a sniper?
No, never.
Yeah, I never do because I can't calibrate the gun.
No, it's because I like stuff that shoots fast.
Okay.
No, I went through the.
We lost our guest again.
Yes. It's a tough one. No, it's a good conversation, but
smart guy.
In teaching financial literacy,
I'm glad to know that it's happening.
Seriously.
And I'm glad to know that he's talking about compound interest.
Seriously.
Because when I hear financial literacy, what I'm thinking is, here's how you open a bank account. Here's what your credit score means. But I would love to make sure my kid learns what a mortgage is, what student loan debt is, what compound interest is.
Compound interest?
He should learn about what Bitcoin technology is.
I mean, how is it?
Blockchain.
How would it be if I would have went and signed up for that class? The first time I went and bought a car and sat down and they said, this is what it's going to look like.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have got credit card debt at 18 years
You're
old.
buying a car for, back then, this is a crazy number for me, for $6,000. Nowadays, that falls out of people's pockets. The little pocket on the front.
You end up paying $30,000 at the
and
end of the day.
You honestly end up paying almost double on a regular interest.
You get a $400,000 house loan, By
And
the
it's
time you pay it off in 30 years,
million
you've
too.
paid $1 million for it. And that is something that is so out there. Like, I'm a mom
Like,
and
they
I'm
don't-
trying to teach the
they
concepts to
don't
my
s-
kids. And it's,
Did you have a financial?
No,
I did not either.
I took business law in high school. People who wanted to be accountants, there was an accountant class.
Like,
but
I think
do
I was
not
still in like
recall learning
English.
about
Was
interest.
was
loans.
English 4 for the 4th grade? Because that's the one I think I was in. I think that was my
English 4?
No, I was in like English
You have
101 was 75
English
classes
101
away.
in college. You have
Mine
English lit, you got novelist, you've got
one. I graduated from an alternative school, but I was valedictorian.
Are you serious?
I was the tallest kid on the short bus.
You didn't lick the windows? That's good.
I only licked every other window.
Oh, wow.
They didn't
Well,
have to put a football helmet on me, but
okay,
no.
we're going to hell.
Yeah,
Officially.
no, it's because I was.
Please do not hold Cole Kelley or
Misbehaved.
anyone else.
Yes, we're going to definitely have Cole on again. I think our education system is something we really have to dig into, and we're seeing this right now writ large in all the protests going on, because these are the products that are coming out of an activist and not a meaningful lifestyle. I do think there's a place for activism, but we're even seeing it on the conservative side. January 6th should not have happened.
No.
It should not have happened.
It was a trap.
It doesn't matter whether it was a trap or not, because there
People
were
should have
actual
recognized
conservatives
the
who
problem.
went in there. There were actual conservatives who did dumb stuff in there even. That should not have happened. It shouldn't happen on the left. It shouldn't happen on the right. There should be more respectful and better ways to do it.
Yeah, but we just got through 2020 Summer of Love with everyone rioting
Seriously.
and protesting.
Seriously.
And that right there
And the government
got
gave
attention.
in. The government gave in to all that.
Absolutely.
And that's why
So-
everyone thinks that's now a proper tool. To
But-
burn something down is now a proper tool,
But
because the
January
government
6th,
screwed up.
Why, just because you were on the wrong side of the government, it wasn't appropriate, and yet people went there in protest.
I agree.
and all of that. So
I agree.
it's
They
good for
shouldn't
them,
have, though.
not for me. And what's happening now in colleges is also known as a protest, and it's ridiculous. And all of this,
Well,
we have got to figure out a way to make a statement, and that means getting your butts to the voting booth, vote in person, show the state that you want to be voting in person, and you make sure that you are involved and active and educated when it comes to voting, because I don't know how to change it. Protesting used to get things done.
I think, here's my honest opinion, is I think one day the United States people is going to wake up and realize our government is a fiction that no longer works, and they're all going to turn their backs on it.
I know when.
But that's what needs to happen.
Right.
Because let's look at it. I love Celeste. As a person, she's one of my favorite human beings to talk to. But I feel like there's no chance after everything that's gone on there. You look at the voting records. Now that I've started digging into voting records, I'm disgusted. I feel like someone backed a sewage truck up to my house and just pumped it right in the front door.
But what you don't realize, they've been pumping it through the back door this entire
The
time.
whole time. And it always goes on. How many of them have said, I'm going to do this, and lived up to it?
Donald Trump.
No, he didn't.
Donald Trump made promises, and he kept as many as he possibly could.
But then he also let COVID reign.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But he's also not in charge of the health department. That there's specific bureaucrats in charge of that.
Fauci could have been fired by him day one.
You know how I feel about that. You were preaching to the choir.
So I'm
So
not.
could every other
Here we
person
go.
alive
I'm going to
stabbed
put
him
it
in
like
the
this.
back.
I'm going to put it like this. I don't want a savior.
He's not a savior. No one
Good.
is.
Good. That's why
He's not
I'm
a
not.
savior.
I'm not putting my faith in Trump. I'm not putting my faith in anyone. Now, if
well,
Jesus
you can
shows
sit
up,
back and do nothing,
if
or
Jesus
you
shows
can
up,
vote. It doesn't matter.
I'm
Someone's
wondering,
still going to do something.
is there a way for the average citizen to disassociate themselves as much as possible from the government and maintain within the law? And that's the eye of the needle you got to thread.
You can't.
That's where
You're
you
going
got
to
to
be
go.
bound by taxes and responsibility.
Yeah, you
there.
still have taxes.
You're
That'll
paying
always
for
be there
this
because the
craziness.
mafia exists. But that's you
How
don't
do you disassociate yourself from the government other than
you
not
don't
vote?
want to go Randy Weaver.
You
end of
literally
it.
have a political podcast.
But is there a space before Randy Weaver,
I don't know who that is.
Ruby Ridge?
Oh.
Is there a space before Randy Weaver, a Green Beret, honest American? His wife got shot in the face by an FBI sniper while she was holding their infant daughter. It's a
But
tragedy.
were they training people how to fight the government?
Nope.
Were they paying taxes?
I'm sure they were.
You're sure they were?
Yeah. Randy
What
Weaver.
got them on the radar?
Because white nationalists were up in the area. Randy Weaver lived up in the same area. He would go to a lot of the same barbecues. We got to do a 6-minute point. He'd go to a lot of the same barbecues, so he knew a lot of them. The ATF wanted to recruit him to be
Informant.
an informant on the white supremacists. He said no. So they went a different angle. They had one guy infiltrate the white supremacists, which they found out later on. Out of like 30 white supremacists, 25 of them were Fed agents, either FBI, Marshals, or ATF. But anyways, side story. The guy kept coming up to him, hey, will you saw this shotgun off for me? We saw it off. We saw it off. Randy Weaver was an ex-Green Beret, Army Special Forces in Vietnam. Bad dude.
So he would saw off shotguns for people?
No, he kept telling the guy no, and the guy just became kind of a nuisance pain in the ass. So Randy Weaver finally said, yeah, okay, fine. If it'll get you off my back, bam. He saws it. It's quarter. I think it was a half inch too short. He saws it off. Bam, they get him. He has a court date. According to Randy Weaver, the notice he got in the mail gave him the wrong day. Now, according to the federal court office, it was the correct day. But then why was Randy Weaver down there at the federal court office
4 minutes before the thing's
on
over?
the day that he said they told him, which was the wrong day? But anyways,
Why did he saw off the shotgun in the first place?
because the guy said, well, you saw it off for me, and kept telling him, I'll pay you money,
Will
whatever.
you break the law, federal law?
Yeah,
for
Randy
me?
Weaver was dumb for doing that. But do I still think that the federal government should be able to come to you and start
Absolutely
harassing
not.
you and try to entrap you so they can use you as a spy
Absolutely
because they
not.
don't like your neighbor? No, fuck the federal government.
Stop. Are
Sorry.
you serious?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, thank you, YouTube. That was a really nice show.
Actually, you can say that on YouTube.
Like, you can't say that when we have candidates who are trying to get votes. That's not appropriate.
That's true. I'll cut it out. But yeah, so that's the story of Ruby Ridge and Randy Weaver.
Yeah. In
In a
3
nutshell.
minutes.
Well, and then the marshals showed up, shot the son's dog. Son shot at them. They shot the son. Randy Weaver's like, what the heck's going on? Snipers move in. His
Again,
wife is standing inside the
In a
door.
situation like that, you would think you were being attacked and you would defend your family.
Mhm.
And it's a lot of times happened with
The son was 13,
break-ins
by
at
the way.
6 a.m. And people think that someone's breaking down their door and this is the big day. And it ends up you get shot because you're doing what most Americans with a firearm will do.
And should be
defend their
allowed to
family.
do.
It is allowed to do. It is.
Is it?
You are allowed to defend your home.
What if the police
Unless it's the FBI.
What if the police kick your door in tonight? Are you allowed to defend your home?
That's the thing. That's the loophole that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And it needs to be fixed. I don't
Yep.
think no-knock warrants should exist.
At all.
I also don't think that asset forfeiture should exist
Matter of fact, I think if they want to serve a warrant,
without a charge, an actual, not a charge, without conviction.
I think if
asset
they want
forfeiture.
to serve a warrant, they should have to either A, get in contact with your
Sheriff.
lawyer, if you have one and they know of. If they don't, they need to have a public defender there while they serve the warrant.
I think they should have to do it through the local sheriff. And yes, a lawyer, but
Sometimes sheriffs
most
are the
people
one
will
are the
destroy
corrupt. Just because
evidence.
we have a golden sheriff doesn't mean all of them are golden.
No, but just because they shot a couple people doesn't mean they haven't gotten some bad guys off the street who
The-
destroy evidence or move people who are trafficking. There's
the
ups and
guy
downs.
that shot Randy Weaver's wife, he shot her through a closing door. She was holding a baby, an infant, and hit her right here. Anyways, he went on.
Have to do a whole show on.
He went on, and when they went down to Waco in his hide in Waco, and looked at the ground. There were spent casings, even though he wrote a testimony that he never fired a shot.
Waco's a whole nother animal.
Yes, it is.
We don't probably start that 2 minutes before the show's over.
We don't need to start it. I'm just saying.
You're banned from whatever is in that cup during shows. No, your beer.
Oh.
You take one drink and you're dropping F-bombs on
some heavy stuff
on our very wholesome home.
Well,
I know,
and
you know.
I get very passionate about Ruby Ridge and Waco because I'm not in complete agreement with Randy Weaver, and I'm definitely not in agreement with the Branch Davidians. But the government went in there with abuses to hurt people to try to look good.
That's fair. However, time and place.
5
minutes before the show's over is not the time or place. And Randy Weaver, you've said that name 20 times. Randy Weaver.
That's his name. What am I supposed to say?
Let's do a whole show.
Mr. Weaver,
on
Senor
Randy
Weaver,
and we'll talk about it, and we'll get people who might know more in on it.
Oh, that'd be cool. His daughter does podcasts.
I have family members that were at Ruby Ridge.
Yeah.
On the other side.
On the cop side?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's an ugly mess. And that's the problem is we have a problem in this country with our Fourth Amendment being ripped apart. And I think no not warrants put law enforcement in danger just as much as they put homeowners in danger. And why I think the sheriff should be notified before serving something like that is because that's the most local person that is accountable.
What if the sheriff is the one serving it?
Then the sheriff needs to go, but he's accountable. He's not a bureaucrat.
I think,
and
honestly,
cities will be bankrupt. Counties will be bankrupt if they're the wrong person. Because right now, when you have bureaucrats, it's so easy. It's so easy to dismiss it. When you have an elected official responsible for something like that, things hit different. When it's directors, they can bury that one agent into a different agency or a different part of the country. When it's an elected official responsible, it hits different. So does liability, too. Just saying. Sheriff should always be involved. And if the ATF or the FBI has to do a no-knock warrant, there better be life and death at stake.
I think as a nation,
child kidnapping or something. I don't care if it's drugs. I don't care if it's something like that. It's got to be a life and death situation because you're putting officers and the homeowner in a life and death situation by bursting their door down at 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm. I think as a nation, we've lost the plot. They need to teach Blackstone's law every year in school.
Do you want me to ask what Blackstone is? Because we're after 6 now.
All right. That's the law. It says it's better that 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man go to jail. But
no, that's absolute. That's why our justice system should work. And
yeah, it's called Blackstone's Law.
Excellent.
He's the guy who wrote it down after the Magna Carta. But anyways, no.
Magna Carta and the two women who had the ability to not only shatter glass around this.
The show comes full circle.
500-year-old document.
Oh, God, that's a heartbreaker.
And then glue themselves to it. Did they glue themselves to the shard?
They glued themselves to like the sides were still standing.
So what, did they touch the Magna Carta?
They tried ripping it, I guess. I don't know. There was a short video, but the video like gets cut off before they even get all the way through the glass. You have to read the story to see they got in the glass. And I just found that the morning. I need to do.
Do you know there's a museum in Italy where they've got the sheath that was over Jesus?
Oh,
you can actually
the Shroud of Turin?
Yeah. People would go rip that to shreds, I bet, if it's just behind shatterable glass. What are we thinking? Why aren't we duplicating these items and putting them somewhere safe for our prosperity? This is insanity to me.
Duplicating it. Because
just make a copy of the Constitution.
The Shroud of Turin, it's already being accused of being duplicated, which it may have been. But That's a big accusation on that one.
Yeah, I've seen the
But
DNA.
anyways,
stuff.
no, I'll tell you what. Let's do it off The Simpsons, Mr. Cargill. I want to hire 50 big guys and 50 little guys. I want to give them all guns. And if someone touches it, lead injection.
They have an armed guard babysitting not only the Mona Lisa, they have two, but the diamond, Hope Diamond in DC, there's an armed guard next to it. They'll put an armed guard next to a diamond, a rock, but not next to the Magna Carta or the Constitution of the United States. That
no one
blows my
ever
mind.
thought that the Magna Carta would be a target. The Hope Diamond, some cab burglar would steal.
Hell, I bet you could steal the Magna Carta and make tons on the black
Dude,
market.
seriously. That's like
Billionaires just look for things to own because they can.
That's the lead to our Constitution. That's the original document.
Right. And the fact that it's behind breakable glass, do better.
Do
better museums.
I want electric fences. I want turrets with lasers. All right, you guys.
Reminds me of the Dumb and Dumber, where why old people slow on the road when you seen Dumb and Dumber when he asked the lady to hold all his stuff. You can be a functioning member of society, and then she like rips him off. That's what I think of with these little old ladies in there.
Dude, they're two tiny little old ladies. Tiny little old ladies. One of them's a preacher, the Anglican church.
One of them's a
What happened to you
preacher?
guys? Yeah, she's an
better.
Anglican minister.
Okay, we're gonna get Cole back on in the next week
Couple
or
weeks,
a couple
yeah.
weeks.
As soon as we can. Next week, so far on the docket, we've got Paul Miller. So
He's running for Congress,
yep.
District 1.
yes, and maybe we'll get Cole on to finish out that 4 hours. But I definitely, I would just like to. The school, I think, is very important. We're seeing that right now in colleges. But yeah, so we'll chat with you guys next Friday.
You guys, we love you. Thanks for tuning in, and please forgive